looking.
The sunscreen's not rubbed in. Hello and welcome back to Lakeside Stadium. We're here on the tartan couch. You're watching the 92nd Australian Athletics Championships and Commonwealth Games trials. And I'm joined today by Silas Moss. Mossy, welcome to the tartan couch, mate.
Oh, it's great to be back here trackside, my friend. Lots of energy starting to build up here. Also got my mate here with the purple hair. That's Clive, or what we used to call Clyde. He's on tour at the moment. And, mate, yeah, look, so many athletes here today, as we said. Lots of energy. 20 finals on here today, so we're going to see some of the big guns out here. Many of the medals will be decided here today on Saturday.
Yeah, Mossy, the action's really going to hot up. We've had a great first 2 days of competition here. We've handed out some medals already, and we've seen some people already make their claim for automatic nomination over there for the team in Glasgow in the Commonwealth Games, where, Mossy, I can tell you, it's only 109 sleeps to go until the 2014 Commonwealth Games. And do you think I'm excited?
Mate, 109 sleeps is my favourite amount of sleeps of all time. So it's just around the corner. I hope everyone's got their passports ready, whether you're going to go over there and compete or whether you're actually going to go over there and watch something as well. There's been lots of talk this week. Buildings been demolished. We've got Hampton Park, which has been razed. This is going to be an amazing Commonwealth Games, and the flame will be there, represented well by Australia, and I'm predicting massive amount of medals, Robbo.
And Mossy, I just need to share with you, I am actually in touch with my Scottish roots. My surnames are Robertson, and you'll see I've got the traditional kilt on today. And so I couldn't help myself. I thought, we're going Scottish. You've got the tartan hat here as well. And, you know, it's all roads to Glasgow, I guess, here at Lakeside Stadium in Melbourne. Now, Mossy, we've had some action already on day 3, some semi-finals in the men's and women's hurdles. How did that go down?
Yeah, it was really good to see many of the athletes going really hard there. We saw Lauren Wells did it really easy in the heat in her semi-final, so she'll be looking forward to pushing her claims for yet another Australian team as well. So, yeah, really exciting stuff in the 400 hurdles.
And, Mossy, I can give you the list of qualifiers, well, the names that you would have expected that have slipped through there. Lauren Wells, Jess Gooley, Sarah Klein and Lindsay Pekin, and they're all through on the automatic qualification. The men's 400 hurdles, well, that's going to be a really interesting race as well. We've got New Zealander Michael Cochrane. He's the current New Zealand national record holder. He's battling it out like he has all Australian athletics tour with the likes of Ian Dewhurst and Tristan Thomas. And it's going to be great to see how that turns out in the final. All 3 of those guys managed to negotiate their way through with ease. Yeah,
well, Tristan Thomas, he probably hasn't shown the form so far this season that we would expect from him, but like many of the lead athletes, they actually lead up and build up here to the Nationals at Melbourne, and I was really impressed with the way that he jumped over the hurdles today, pulled up as he came towards the final stages of the race, but I think he's in good form for definitely a top 3 finish.
Now, Tristan Thomas, he's got the red locks. He has probably the Scottish heritage there as well. He didn't wear a kilt while he was running, but he had the tartan tights on. And we saw them here only 2 weeks ago at the IAAF Melbourne World Challenge. So, Mossy, I know you quite fancied them. We might see you in a pair. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I asked him if I could get a set, but we figured out they'd have to get an extra large to cover up the muffin top. So, well, yeah, all eyes will definitely be on my body when I get in the Lycra.
Mossy, I just wanted to point out to those watching at home, and a big thanks for tuning in. We're going to be here all the way through the completion of the action here on day 3. But if you're watching at home, we urge you to get in touch with us. You can get on to Twitter and using the hashtag AAC14 and the hashtag TartanCouch, and we'll be checking that throughout the course of the day. And we'll have some engagement with you on there. You can also take a photo of yourself, and we want to know where you're watching, anywhere, you know, around Australia and indeed all around the world. You might be getting up late in the night in Glasgow, tuning into the live stream. So big shout out to everyone watching. Get in touch with us. We'd love to know where you're watching from. Now, Mossy, we've got a couple of new faces on the team, on the Tartan Couch team this afternoon, and I'd like to firstly introduce Ollie Worm back onto the Tartan Couch. And Ollie, come on down. We'll make way here.
Thanks, boys.
Welcome back. You get to hold Clyde.
Oh yeah.
So, Ollie, you were here a couple of weeks ago joining us for the IAAF Melbourne World Challenge. Excited to be back. What are you looking forward to?
Look, I am very excited to be back. I tell you that I haven't slept much since the last meet in Melbourne, but it's going to be an absolute cracker. Ben Haradine just warmed me up for the discus now. I'm looking for him to get over 66 metres tonight. That's what I think he can do. He's been throwing around 65 metres. If he can get over 66, that'll put him in good stead leading to the Comm Games. the pole vault, Alana Boyd. I've got a feeling we may well see a national record here. I've called it. It's a big call, but I think it could happen. The men's high jump, we've got Boyd, Stark and Dodd. Going to be absolute cracking battle there. And the women's javelin, Mickle loves it here in Melbourne, so it's going to be a great night. Big news that Henry Frayne is out of the long jump. I couldn't...
Are you going to need a lie down again?
I haven't stopped crying since that happened, but I wish him all the best. And also Sam Baines as well. Unfortunately, a little bit of hammy issues, but cracking night of athletics, and the field events will keep you posted throughout the night, and should be some good ones.
We probably want to make people aware there we do have Clyde here, and we've actually offered one night with Clyde if we see a few national records tonight. Alana Boyd, she said she's pumped up to get that, and Kelly Hetherington if she goes sub-2. If you have any ideas out there that we could put out there to athletes, just get a hold of us on hashtag Tartan Couch, and we'll put it out there. If someone can run a specific time, then Clyde's up for grabs.
Now, boys, we've got some great action on the track as well. The final act, I guess, of the play in the men's 800 metres. I'm talking about the actors in that play, Ralph, Rowe and Risley, and they have just been putting on a show. Risley, as we know, is in contention for the 1500 metre final as well. Look, that's really excited me the whole tour. Mossy, how do you think? Can you pick a winner there?
Yeah, look, I'm going to go for Josh Ralph. I've been on him the whole time. Extremely impressed with his attitude towards his racing. Stepped up from the 400 metres, so we know that he's got the pace, but he's just so competitive. He's such a determined athlete. He reminds me a lot of Sally Pearson and how he's been steaming home. He's been really hard to touch, and even Jeff Risley, I think last time he got out in front of Jeff Risley, which he did over in Perth as well. So I think he's steamed up for a gold medal here.
And also on the track, we're going to see Zoe Buckman and the women in the 1500 metres final. That's going to be a belter. We've got the showdown between Mel and Sally in the 100 metres, and don't go anywhere when that comes on.
Hang on. We may have a new obsession here.
Guaranteed.
Whoa. No, I think that's going to be an absolute great showdown. Obviously, we saw in Canberra, Breen got the better of Pearson since then. Pearson's got her, but the national titles, Breen wants redemption. I think she's going to be hungrier than ever to beat Pearson, and I think it's going to be a great showdown. Hopefully both of them going, under 11:20. It's not too bad conditions here in Melbourne, so you never know.
Yeah, that's right. Finally, the men's 400 metres, that's going to be a belter. Solo and Steph versus Beck and Burns. But we've got some action about to kick off, guys, and I'd like to put a warm welcome and an introduction upstairs to the commentary box. It's a big hello to Pat Bergen. So Paddy just getting himself prepared there. And we can see behind us.
All right, thanks, gentlemen. A few audio issues here. Yeah, looking forward to this evening's events. Looks like we're just about to get underway with the Ambulant 100 metres. So just running through that field, Bannister in 2, Batali in 3, Phillips in 4, Bright in 5, Jennings 6, O'Neill in 7 and Iselin in 8. It's the first of 3 heats. These Ambulant 100 metres. And coming up in Heat 2, we'll see the world champion in the T42 class, Scott Reardon, one of Athletics Australia's poster boys for this event. All right, so they're away in the first heat here. Batali looks like he's challenging Phillips, the New Zealander, there for the lead, and the outside, the Queenslander, Iselin, going well. So Iselin probably slightly ahead from Phillips there, and he'll take line honours ahead of the Kiwi, and Batali, the New South Wales, across the line in 3rd. Of course, we'll have to wait for the calculations to decide who makes these final. The top 8 will advance by time. Calculations based on world records in their respective classes. So Iselin, T37 there, 14.55, taking line honours. The New Zealander Phillips, 14.66, and Batali, 14.87. Slight headwind there, 0.9. Pretty good conditions, I'd say, for the evening. So that was Heat 1 of the men's Ambulant 100 metres. In terms of Commonwealth Games, there is events for our athletes with a disability over there. 100 metres T37 class. We've got Sean Roberts already qualified with a 12.87, and Sean will be competing in the second heat. So we'll watch the clock for him. The B qualifier is 13.10 and 12.60 is the ace. He'll be out after that.
Winner of the silver medal with a performance of 4,433 points, representing Queensland, Sophie Tuba. Third place.
All right, looks like our big men of the field are getting ready for the men's discus final. The big guns there, obviously the Australian record holder Ben Haradine, that huge 68.20, but he's been in sensational form already this year with a 65.94 to win the Brisbane Track Classic. And Matthew Denny, another Queenslander to look out for, is the national junior champ, reigning world youth gold medalist in this event. And he'll be off to World Juniors in Eugene in late July. And he'll be favoured to take out that title with a new personal best for 59.04 with the open implement.
Next final for today's program, ladies and gentlemen, is the men's discus throw. In throwing order, from New South Wales, Liam Spears. From Queensland, Matt Scobel. World junior medalist from Queensland, Matthew Denny. From Japan, Diego Harakima. New South Wales, Shane Loveridge. From Queensland, World Championship finalist, national record holder Ben Haradine. From Victoria, Michael Vasilopoulos.
And there you go, Ollie Worm. It's the men's discus being introduced out here, and we just saw Big Ben Haradine, current national record holder. Some big boys out here, mate.
There are some big boys. I think Ben Haradine, he's the man to beat. We all know that. It's also good to see young Matt Denny there. He's really a star of the future. So it'd be good to see him get over 60 metres, and we really want to see Ben Haradine start hitting his straps as well, 66 plus. We know he's throwing around. So, yeah, Ben's starting to hit form at the right time of the season. You've also got a couple of internationals there as well, so add a bit of spice to the field there. So we'll keep you posted about the discus. The women's triple jump is underway now, so we'll keep you posted on how Linda Leviton's going. And the women pole vault is just warming up now, so we won't see Alana Boyd for some time, but when she does get on the runway, we'll make sure you're the first to know.
And a quick condition check just down here, track side. There is a light breeze, but it's the sunniest and brightest it's been all week, and temperatures are up there, I'd say in the low 20s, and it's actually very comfortable. And I know there's some athletes that are really looking forward to strutting their stuff in some more favourable conditions out here on the track and in the field. So we just mentioned the men's discus there, and Matt Denny taking out the silver medal in the men's hammer, the hammer throw yesterday. And Paddy, will send it back up to you.
Okay, thanks, Robbo. Yeah, it looks like the men are lined up here for the second heat of this Ambulant 100 metres. Looks like there's no Scott Reardon scratching there in that vacant lane 2. But we'll keep an eye on lane 7, Sean Roberts, who's got that Commonwealth Games qualifier. All right, so that's Roberts there in the white, so keep an eye on him. Simmons on the inside there in the red going well, and that's Lockie Foot from the ACT. Streaking ahead, here comes Simmons late. Simmons will take line honours there ahead of Foot and Bromelo, but we'll keep an eye on the time, 12.80 the winning time. So Sean Roberts a bit off his best there because he's got that Commonwealth Games qualifier of 12.87. Already this season, so he'll be pretty disappointed with that one. But Simmons, the Victorian in the T20 class, taking line honours ahead of Lockie Foot there from the ACT. And a minus 2.7 headwind, so not fantastic conditions for the sprinters here this afternoon. 12.78 Simmons, Lockie Foot 12.93, Bromelo 13.10, and Roberts at 13.20. That's just outside that B qualifier of 13.10. So that's the T37 class that'll be off to the Commonwealth Games later this year. Yes, that's a shame to see Reardon scratching. Not sure if there's a problem there, but he's the world champ in the 100 metres from Lyon last year, and he's a Paralympic Games silver medalist from London. So a big blow not to have Reardon here in this men's ambulant 100 metres. The gentleman lining up there for Heat 3.
Paddy, just a little update from the women's triple jump, and we've got an update here from Ollie Worm.
Ellen Pettit training with Vasily Grushenkov here in Victoria. She's opened up with a 13.43, so Linda Leverton, she jumped 13.80 last week, but if Pettit starts warming up, she's getting close to Linda. We could see a great battle on our hands there, so we'll keep our eyes on that women's triple jump. Could be a great battle between Leverton and Ellen Pettit.
As we see the discus throwers, some of them unzipping the tracksuits. And the women's pole vault getting ready as well. It's a big day down here at Lakeside Stadium in Melbourne. Commonwealth Games selection on the line. And we've seen a handful of athletes already put their bid in for a spot on that plane to Glasgow. And we look forward to crowning a host of new national champions throughout the next 2 days.
And just an update on that field event, Ellen Pettit, that's a Commonwealth Games qualifier, B qualifier, so 13.43 if I heard correctly.
Yeah, that's right, Paddy. So yep. There you go, B qualifier.
Yep, very good, and that's a new personal best for Ellen Pettit. So she might find herself off to Glasgow.
Paddy, have you spent much time over in Glasgow before?
Have not. That's about the only city in the world I don't think I've spent any time in. But I'll be off to Eugene later this year to cover the World Junior Championships. And I'll also poke my head into the Prefontaine Classic and the NCAA Champs. So we'll keep an eye on the Aussies competing over there.
Busy calendar always for Paddy Bergen. He's a man of the world and an athletics immersionist. And you can follow him on Twitter at Pat Bergen. Always some fantastic insights. The inventor of hashtag tweet the meat as well.
Yep, tweet the meat or tweet the sheet if you can't get your fingers moving fast enough. All right, looks like the guys are lining up for the third heat of this ambulant 100 metres. We've got Guild in lane 2, Foster in 3, McLean in 4, Cole in 5, Hum in 6, Woods in 7 and Paris in 8. All right, they're away, so getting the best of the start there would be Gabrielle Cole, the South Australian, showing a clean pair of heels of the field, but Paris for the West Australian on the outside, coming late, and cracked 11 seconds, if I recall correctly, at the Sydney Track Classic. Chad Paris. We'll wait for the judge's decision there, but it looks like Paris and Cole.
And Ollie Worm just giving a little bit of intelligence there. That's the White Tiger.
Yeah, Chad Paris, the White Tiger. He's just relocated to Canberra to train with Irina Divoskina, so training with the likes of Evan O'Hanlon, Scott Reardon, a few of those boys who've been successful at international level. So I think about 11.38 there for Chad Paris, and he broke 11 seconds for the first time recently. Can we get Chad over here for a chat? Here he is. The White Tiger. How was that run for you, mate?
Yeah, it was all right. Bit of a headwind out there, so it felt pretty average, actually.
Okay, and what are the expectations for this weekend? You want to break 11 again?
That'd be nice, but just go out there and try and execute the right race and we can get that done, that'd be great.
And how are you finding Canberra compared to Perth, mate? A bit of a different lifestyle, I imagine?
Yeah, definitely. Moved over there with a new coach, new set of training partners. It's an awesome place to be. And great facilities too. So.
All right, well, those of you at home, this is Chad, the White Tiger. We'll hopefully see him go sub-11 in the final. Well done, mate. Have a great weekend.
Thanks very much, Ollie.
See you, champ.
As we just see Matt Denny throwing one out there in the discus.
Ben Haradine in this competition, a couple of athletes over 60 metres in personal best, including that Japanese athlete, Taki Yama, also Graham Hicks from Victoria. His personal best, 61 over 61.
Matt Denny from up in Queensland, just near Toowoomba, a little place called Ellora, which, some trivia for you, Pat Bergen, is the birthplace of the author of Mary Poppins.
Oh, very good. I'm sure Denny is very happy to hear that.
He's a big fan of Mary Poppins. I think they did it in their play at school. A gentle giant, Matt Denny. And you'll see him over in Eugene.
That's right. I think he'll give the World Junior title a great crack, and he's already got the World Youth title under his belt. So, and with his new personal best in Brisbane of 59.04, he may join that rare company of plus 60 metre junior throwers.
So coming up in the next half an hour, we've got some finishes in the junior multi-events, the under-15s and the under-16s. We've also got the shot put ambulant that'll be getting underway, and the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. And we can hear the slow hand clap for Linda Leverton in the women's triple jump. The crowd responding over there with the warm applause. The white flag's up. Linda's looking pretty sprightly at the end of that. And who's in the cage here, Mossy?
Oh, we've got that big man mountain, Ben Haradine. He's very, very excited to be here to defend his national championship. The kid from the Hunter Valley of New South Wales. Been training up in Queensland. Asked him why that was, and he said loves the heat up there. He's a big fan of coffee as well. He's thrown one out there. We'll get a measure on that. It's gone well and truly below where he'd be hoping to get to, but he's got a number of throws to go yet into night's discus.
And Linda Leverton getting out there with a 13.61. With a 1.8 tailwind, so they won't mind that, these triple jumpers. Haradine there, 61.27, first round throw. Just warming into his work there, Mossy.
Yeah, exactly right. He'll probably get up around the 65 tonight, we would expect.
Why? Who said that?
Running in heat number 1. The women's 100 metre Ambulant. Start there from Carly Salmon from New South Wales. She's in front. They go down the track very close to second here. Centering lane number 2, Emily Davidson, and not too far away from New South Wales, Cairns and Collie. Remember, the top 8 will advance on time. Taking note of the different classifications.
So over in the discus, 42.98 for Vasilopoulos, the Victorian champion. Down on his season best of 53.62.
So these will advance to the final based on time and percentage of the world record.
Gets Hines, the Western Australian champ, into the ring now.
On the board now we have results. Heat number 1, the interim results. Carly Salmon, New South Wales, 17.09 from Emily Davidson.
So 51.97's his season's best, and a personal best too for the 23-year-old. .07 there for the WA champ. So not too far off his personal best.
We're going to go down to David Luttrell, who's right near the middle, guys, for a very special presentation.
Yeah, very special presentation indeed, of course, Athletics International.
Yomagita, one of our many visitors from Japan, about to throw. He's got no form on the board this year, but he was 4th at the national champs last year.
The president of Athletics International here to present awards to 2 athletes. May you give a round of applause, folks. And indeed our 2 athletes, the first of which, please give him a big round of applause, our first recipient of the Athletics International Steeplechase Emerging Athlete Award 2013.
The best credential of the Japanese is Hatakayama. He's got a 60 metres 10 personal best. He was their national champion last year, so we'll look out for him a little bit later on. But Yomagita, 49.60 his first throw. And over in the triple jump, we've got Ellen Pettit. So she's a Commonwealth Games representative in the high jump back in 2006. Now trying to hand at the triple jump.
Yes, first made an impact on the national scene in 2008. She finished 4th at the Zappback 10,000 metres in Melbourne. In 2012, she ran a maiden marathon in Japan. At the time there, earned a place in the Australian Olympic team for London.
The qualifying mark in the triple jumps 13.25. And she's just gone 13.24 in round 2, so 13.43 round 1, a qualifier, and 13.24 in round 2. This is Okpala, the Kiwi champ, on the runway.
Congratulations to both Jessica and Dame Smith. Our next event on the track is the women's 100-metre Ambulant, heat 2 or 3, the top 8 advancing on time. Lane 2 from Victoria, Paige Greco. Lane 3, Western Australia, Tiana Glennie. Lane 4, Victoria, Alicia Burke. Lane 5, New South Wales, Jodie Elkington. Lane 6, New South Wales, Sarah Walsh. Lane 7, New South Wales, Erin Cleaver. Lane 8, South Australia, Jamie McInerney.
That's Fujiwara, the 38-year-old visit from Japan with a PB of 55.09 and a 44.90 there, so fair way off his personal best. All right, so we've got the women's Ambulant 100 metres heat 2. And in the middle of the field there, we've got Elkington in the white. But the Western Australian Glanny is leading the way. And on the outside, we've got Cleaver from New South Wales. So it looks like Glanny will take line honours ahead of Elkington. Now remember, Elkington was the first athlete nominated at these championships for the Commonwealth Games. She'll be off to Glasgow in the long jump later this year, but obviously a handy sprinter as well.
Yeah, we spoke with Jodie earlier this morning, Pat. She's very excited to get that first automatic nomination from the Nationals, and I think she's got one more event today, so we'll see if we can get a catch up with her.
Yeah, a few of these long jump qualifiers will be in these 100 metre heats. And Ella Party in heat 3, going off in lane 4. She's also got a long jump qualifier. There's those results. Glennie, Western Australia 14.96, Elkington 15.21, and Cleaver 15.25. Still got those 2.2 headwinds, so the open sprinters will be very interested to see if these conditions improve. So 53.10 there from Stopel, the Queenslander, long way off his season's best and personal best of 57.08. He was third at the Brisbane Track Classic. Behind his competitor here, Denny, the youngster, the 17-year-old.
Yeah, you have.
We'll just wait for that distance for Denny there, and 49.49, so a long way off his personal best.
So down here on the couch, I'm joined by a legend of Australian distance running. Yes, that's right. Jess Trenove joining us down here on the couch. He's just had a crack at the podium. I just pointed out that there's only one place better than the podium, and that's the tartan couch. And Jess, welcome to the tartan couch.
Thank you. It's a real honour to be here.
Making your debut now. You've been, obviously, you've got an automatic start for selection over there in Glasgow as an account of your great finish at the World Champs Marathon last year, and you've been over in Nagoya recently as well.
I have been, yes. It was a bit colder over there, I have to say.
And so you're back into a bit of training now and looking forward to build up towards the Glasgow Games?
Yeah, I've basically had 3 weeks of jogging, and I've done 2 sessions now on that, I guess, build up to Glasgow. So I sat down with the coach and I've seen the training plan. There's a fair bit of volume there. I've got a few kilometres to get through, but I'm looking forward to it.
Excellent. We're talking about Adam Didick. Adam Didick, how do you say his surname?
Didick.
Adam Didick, he's a big fan of the live stream, Mossy. He's been following us the whole way.
How's Colin going, by
Colin's great.
And your mum, Deb?
Yep. Mum and Dad are going well. They, they're back in Adelaide this weekend, and just had a message from Mum before, just tracking what I'm doing tonight. So I'll have to tell her about the tartan couch.
Yeah, as well.
They're probably watching, I'd say.
I'd say that. So you talk about your training. What I really want to know is about the family. So obviously, Jack, your brother, and your sisters representing rowing as well. So who is the best athlete amongst
Are you starting to get freaked out a bit?
Ooh, debatable. Well, Jack's about to arrive here. He's going to watch the Aths tonight, so you might want to ask him that question. But my sister was certainly the first one training at an elite level out of the three of us for her rowing, and she was getting up at 4:30 in the morning, riding to training, having a session on the water, and I couldn't believe her commitment, and that certainly, I guess, spurred me on to have a crack with the running. So,
Did you ever have a crack yourself with the rowing?
I did get in the boat, but yeah, after nearly capsizing, and it just wasn't really me.
You might stick to running.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Jess, thanks very much for spending time on the Tartan Couch. All the very best with your preparations. You've met Clyde here. He's the official mascot over in Glasgow, so you'll see him over there. Yes. And he's wearing his sleeves. I know. I enjoyed wearing the sleeves in Japan myself, but felt like they were a bit bigger than Clive's. They are performance enhancing, a bit like the headband. Yeah, they keep you warm, that's for sure. And look good. So there you go, folks. Well, big round of applause for Jess Trenove joining us on the Tartan Couch, and all the best with your training and the road to Glasgow. Thank you very much.
All right, and here we go for Heat 3 of the Women's Ambulant 100 metres. Doyle in lane 2, Howell in 3, Party in 4, Iwanoko in 5, Schweitzer in 6, and Isaac in 7. All right, looks like Howe getting the best of the start there with Party, the Western Australian. So Party's got a long jump qualifier for the Commonwealth Games, but she's showing that she's a pretty handy sprinter as well. But it looks like she might have got pipped on the line there by Stephanie Schweitzer from New South Wales. Schweitzer competing in the T20 class. There's no race for these girls at the Commonwealth Games, but there is a long jump. So wait for the judge's decision there, but it looks like Schweitzer are getting the line honours ahead of Ella Party from Western Australia.
The medal ceremony for the Australian Men's Shotput Secure Championship will now take place. Medals will be awarded by Neil Bowden.
Japanese competitor Yamagita throwing there. Set a personal best last year, 55.57, and in round 6, 55.15. 51.15. Paul, the New Zealander, next to throw. Winner of the Porritt Classic in 2014 and a personal best of 57.06.
Third place, winner of the bronze medal, with a performance of 6 metres 13, which was 54.93% of the world record, representing Victoria, Jessie White. Which completes the goal to our Australian Championship medalists.
Fujiwara next into the ring. He was 10th in these championships last year. The veteran from Japan, 38 years of age, with a personal best of 55.09 and 47.37, so a long way off.
So we've got an update down here with Ollie Worm. What do you got, Ollie?
The women's triple jump is shaping up to be a classic battle here. So Linda Leviton, trained with Gary Bourne up in Queensland, she's jumped 13.61. We've got the New Zealander coming over, Okpala. She's jumped 13.55, and Ellen Petit 13.43. So we've got 3 athletes within about 20 centimetres. So Linda Leviton thought she'd have her at her own way, but the 2 athletes who train with Vasily Grushenkov are challenging her. And Ben Haradine in the second round of the discus, 62.23, while Matt Denny didn't quite hit his second throw, 9 metres. So we'll keep you posted there, but some promising results early on.
Yes, and some pretty stiff breeze coming from the lake end down here, so the triple jumpers are using that to their favour. You can see the windsock over there getting pretty full. Doesn't suit the discus throwers quite as much. They don't mind throwing into a breeze to help the levitation of the implement, but so we'll see. The pole vaulters, they're just getting a bit of a crosswind down there, so hopefully not too upset by the conditions.
Field in the 1600, the final event of the Heptathlon. In the under 16s, we'll see Alexandra Thompson from the inside, New South Wales.
All right, Staple, the Queenslander, is third at the Brisbane Track Classic.
Alan Shaw, New South Wales. Matthew Lenz, Queensland. In the under 15s, we'll see Jackson Wiley.
Trying to get out to that 57.08 season's best.
South Australia.
53.65 there for Stopel.
Our field of 8 competitors away in the final event of the Heptathlon.
All right, the youngster Denny next into the ring.
We saw last night our man in the Decathlon competition. This is a
Currently in third place.
training ground for these boys. There's Matt Denny.
Also a handy hammer throw as well. He was a bronze medalist in that event at the World Youth Championships last year. But concentrating on the discus this year. Looks like he stepped out the front of the ring there. Saw a foul there from Matt Denny.
Our under 15 competitor Jackson Wiley, who's been leading this competition over the 2 days, he's taken up the front running in the men's 1500, the under 15 decathlon 1500 metres. Pretty sizable lead going into the final.
All right, here we go. The national record holder, Ben Haradine, into the ring here. We're not sure what round we're in. Out over 62 metres earlier in the competition. And I don't think he'll be happy with that throw. Short of that Commonwealth B qualifying mark.
Under 15, Heptathlon 1500 metres, Jackson Wiley. Big margin now.
57.90, and he's fouled it.
South Australia. Vic leading the under 16s just goes through now. That's Alexander Thompson, New South Wales.
Got any 3K ones yet?
Way to finish off the competition at 1500 metres after 6 events over 2 days. Great to see here, young Jackson Wiley from Victoria, full of running here with about 160 metres to go.
She was sick a few weeks ago, so she didn't race. That's when Vic fell over, but still ran me. So I think, yeah, these two and Jen and me.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Jackson Wiley, he's got about 100 metres to go. Let the competition coming into this 1500 and extended that margin here with an impressive display of extra running here. So you know to watch for the future there, Jackson Wiley.
And that was Jackson Wiley, the Victorian, coming down there at the finish of the men's under 15 heptathlon, the last event. For the young men there, Hines, the Western Australian, into the ring for the discus.
We've got a couple more to come in this under 15 and under 16, 1500 metres in the decathlon.
Right, 48.64 there for Hines, the Western Australian. Curtin University competitor. Very famous name in athletics. Dean Capienko, hailing from the Curtin University sprint squad in the early 90s.
Hey, how you going? Good to see ya.
Over 61 metres and 62.23 leads the way. He was the third round, the next discus final. Here comes Hall now.
And that's the way the training camp is, yeah.
Currently in second position, 54.32 his best. Let's see what he can do.
All right, Hall, the big man from Otago in New Zealand, into the ring.
So you guys just say, you just come in as well?
Yeah.
But does he call you up? Okay.
Now, apologies to the field fans out there. The information coming through from the field is a little bit lacking, so we rely on the scoreboard. 52-58. But we're unable to give you progress scores.
We'll get Ollie Worm onto that for us, Paddy. We'll make sure he's working hard for us.
Okay, very good, Robbo. So we're not far away from the first big final of the afternoon, and that's going to be the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. We've got three competitors looking for Commonwealth Games qualifiers in that event. Maddie Heiner, Genevieve Lakayes and Victoria Mitchell.
And Paddy, I'm told to expect a really strong race from Maddie Heiner. You and I saw her up at the Hunter Track Classic, making her long-awaited return to the sport, and she's just been showing some great form. Had a great 5,000 metres at the Sydney Track Classic. So,
yeah, I'm very impressed with Heiner. If you look at her all-time personal list, you'll see lots of 2005s, 2006s there, and now after 8 years off the track, starting to see some 2014s come through. So she qualified for the Commonwealth Games in 2006 in the 3,000 metre steeplechase, and she's, I reckon, a red-hot chance to do it again this year. So not many athletes skip a Commonwealth Games and make it back for the next one, so very impressive. And she's got a good range, over 1,500, 3,000 metre steeplechase and 5,000 as well.
And we can see the starters in the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase final about to come past us here on the tartan couch. Vic Mitchell in particular will be keen to make sure she negotiates the water jump each and every time they go around. She had a pretty impressive spill on the last lap. Had to come back from losing her position in first place, and she did it with ease in the end for a Comm Games B qualifier.
Yeah, Victoria Mitchell, a Beijing Olympian. So she definitely knows how to perform on the big stage. And she got a 9:46.98 best this year from Sydney. So Mitchell has got 2 Commonwealth B qualifiers, and Kate Spencer has also got one. She's under that 10.02.00. All right, and then joining the commentary team is Benita Willis this afternoon, and the fans have heard Benita throughout this coverage already, so we're glad that Benita can join us again. So can you take us through your thoughts on the 3,000 metre steeplechase, Benita?
Oh yeah, no, thank you, and definitely it's going to be quite a good final today. I think I saw Vic Mitchell here run 2 weeks ago, and she fell at that last hurdle but still got up and ran a B qualifier. So I think she's probably at a shot at winning. Definitely Madeline Hine is showing really good shape this year in the 5K. She's run a PB over the steeplechase as well, but I think she was sick a few weeks ago, so she didn't race the 3K steeple here at the Melbourne Grand Prix. So I'm looking forward to seeing her race. And also Genevieve Lakayes, she's a young girl, was in the Olympics in London. She actually stayed in my block, and she's been at college in Florida for the last 4 years. And coming off an injury, she ran here in Melbourne a few weeks ago and then ran better in Brisbane over 800 metres, and I think she's going to be better again today. So it's going to do, I think, between those three, but certainly there's quite a few other girls in with a shout, and it'll be a good race, I think.
So you think it'll be quite fast? The 10.02 is the B qualifier, and Mitchell got close to that 9.40 A qualifier. Do you think they'll try and shoot for an A?
Yeah, I think definitely they'll make it fast. And steeple's one race that it doesn't really matter if it's a little bit warm or a little bit windy. You can still go pretty hard in the steeple and run a really good time. So I think these girls are going to go for it. And they definitely, I mean, if someone got the A, then it would probably mean that we could pick 3 people. So, but we could only take 2 Bs, but we could take a few combinations as well. So definitely, if I know Vic Mitchell, she'll probably go for it. But those other girls are in shape too.
Mm-hmm. And so do you give Lakayes a chance to defend her title from last year? She won last year in 10.01.20, which is under that big qualifier. Do you give her a chance?
Yeah, I'd definitely give her a chance. You know, Lakeside is the competitor, and I think with the steeplechase, probably before any other event on the track, you've got to be a competitor to win these races. It's about how fit you are, but it's also about how well you can go in the last couple of laps jumping over these barriers here. So she's just getting better and better. She was in the London Olympics, only one in the field that was in the London Olympics, and she fought really hard to get in that team. So I think, yeah, I mean, she's been improving. I'll just see how she goes today, but it's going to be quite close, I think.
Okay, so you see Heine, she's up against 2 Olympians. Do you think that's good for her to be the underdog or more pressure?
No, I think it's good to be the underdog, especially when you're probably a bit older than the others. But Madeline, I've known her since she was quite young, and she was definitely really good when she was young. But, you know, went away for a few years, and now she's back running really well and better than before. So you just feed on that kind of energy. When you're running every race you do, you either run a PB or you run really well.
Guys, just a quick one.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off there, B. We've got a very excited Ollie Worm with an update in the women's triple jump.
Okay, no worries. Earlier it was a close battle between those three. Linda Leverton has just gone bang, 13.93, so well over that B qualifier. Sorry, great jump, and that leaves the other two. Petite and Okpala, a lot of work to do if they want to beat her, but Linda Leverton, she's pumped up, and a 13.93 there. We may even see her go over 14.
That's a big new personal best there for Linda Leverton, breaking her 13.82 PB from 2011. So very, very impressive jumping, and consolidates her position at second on the Australian all-time list behind Nicole Maladness. So maybe she can get out towards that national record of 14.04. But back on the track, and we're here with the 3,000 metres women's final. 3,000 metre steeplechase final for women. Just running through the competitors, Condigonis from Victoria, McSweeney, her compatriot, Hiscock from Queensland, Radford, another Victorian, O'Kay's the Queenslander, Bat Doyle from South Australia, our visitor Melsop, the underdog from New South Wales, Madeline Heine, Victoria Mitchell, the Beijing Olympian, representing Victoria, Hilary Davis from the ACT, Emma McKinney, New South Wales, and Sharon Pedersen from Victoria. So 9.40 the Commonwealth Games A qualifier, and 10.02 the B. And we've already got a couple under that already this year. Mitchell's got 2 times under the B, and Kate Spencer, 9.53.15. I'm not sure what's happened to Kate Spencer, but not lining up.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened to Kate Spencer, because last few weeks I've seen her run really well, so that's a bit of a shame that she's not running today, because she's been showing some good form, but certainly there's a lot of talent here, so we'll see a good race, I think for sure. And even if you're chasing times, often when you just race the race, you get really good times, and it's not all about just doing a time trial to get a fast time. And girls that can race really well, they're the ones we want in the Commonwealth Games team anyway.
Yep. And do you get a sense that any of these girls are particularly better going over the barriers, Benita? Or do you think that's a key factor in this race?
I don't think it's a key factor. I think the fitness is the most important thing. From what I saw a few weeks ago, Vic Mitchell was very good over the barriers, very clean, very efficient, but you know, I've seen some of these Kenyan runners over the years run world records that look like they jump over with 2 feet, you know, jumping on, and then they just keep running. Yep. But their flat 3K time is so fast. So I think it is all about fitness, and certainly you've got to be able to jump the barriers, but I don't think it's a huge limiting factor.
Now, Heine's stuttering into that one, but obviously Heine keen to push the pace early, and Mitchell tucking in beside her, and Lakay's another metre back. Stopel into the ring there in the men's discus. And we'll wait to hear an update from Ollie Worm later.
Yeah, it's so strung out already. Probably tells that Madeline's going a fairly decent pace. It's hard to tell sometimes with the lap split times with steeplechase, because it's a bit more than 400, and it's it's a bit different than the other track events. But I think these three really, if they don't run an A qualifier, they're probably going to run a B qualifier. So it means the first two will go, because we can't take three Bs. So you've really got to come the first two today. So it'll be a good race. I'm looking forward to it.
Just looking back at Madeline Heiner's personal best, 9:56.54, way back in 2006 at the Sydney Track Classic that year, and then 7 or 8 years off the track, and now she's back better than ever, 10:03.94 at the 100 Track Classic we saw earlier this year, with a very impressive victory on her return to the track.
Yeah, Madeline's shown a lot of good form, and definitely as runners mature and get, she's not too old by any stretch, but as you get a bit older, you learn a lot as well over the years, and you learn how to control injuries, be a better athlete, race better even. So I think she might be a more mature athlete. It might have been good for her, and now she's kind of back with a vengeance. So it's good to see her out there.
And Benita, did you ever try the steeplechase?
No, I was very tempted. I was very good at cross country, and sometimes I think steeplechase is a bit of an extension of cross country, but I generally just did all the flat track races, and I ended up not ever doing a steeplechase.
Any chance you'll do it?
There's still time, but I don't know if I'd break 15 minutes at the moment.
The medal ceremony for the Australian Men's Under-15 Heptathlon Championship will now take place. Medals will be awarded by Paul James, Life Governor, Athletics Australia. First place.
We see Vic Mitchell and Madeline Heiner. I've got a gap of about 10 metres on Jen Lakay's there, but it's only early days yet, and definitely they've just got to keep it going, keep it rolling, and anything can happen in the last few laps of these steeplechase races. But those two at the front, they look pretty strong at the moment, running side by side. Usually that's a sign that they're not running too hard for each other when one's not running directly behind the other one.
We have 4 laps to go now for the girls. Yeah, we saw perhaps Mitchell getting a little bit tired. Was it in the Melbourne World Challenge last week on that last lap? She slipped in the steeplechase. Over here in the discus, we've got Ben Haradine. He's definitely sewn up this national title. That looks to be a bigger throw there from the national record holder. And so with an A qualifier in his belt and a win here, he'll be an automatic qualifier for Glasgow, but he fouls, steps out the front of the sector. But he's already got a 62-metre throw on the board. So back into the steeplechase, and it looks like Mitchell's maybe pulling away slightly here from Heiner.
Yeah, I think every time Mitchell gets to that steeple jump, especially at the water there, she kind of accelerates a few metres and then just steps once in the water, and a lot of the other girls are stepping twice, so it's probably a sign she feels pretty good, but still a long way to go, and Jen's still battling on there, Madeline's still going strong, so it'll be a good fight to the finish, I think.
Yeah, you can see Heiner losing ground, choosing to step on some of these barriers and hurdle others. So in some ways still a novice in this event.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was on the team there with Vic, staying next door to her in Beijing Olympics, and she had some very good years leading up to the Beijing Olympics to make that team. So, she's got the ability to be on these Olympic teams and run really well, and she was been away for a few years, but she's back now and just racing with so much confidence. And I think when you see people go to the front like Vic has today, it just shows that they've got so much confidence, 4 or 5 laps out to be in front. Yeah, Vic's early 30s, so she's not too old yet, but she's definitely a bit older than some of the girls in this field. So she's showing her strength and her toughness here, and I know she wants to get to Rio Olympics as well. So she'll be looking to get in that Commonwealth Games team as a first team back for quite a few years.
Yeah, so she's really pushing the pace now as she crosses the finish line to go. 2 laps to go, clock about 6:57. and Heiner about 15 to 20 metres behind, and a further 40, 50 metres back to Lakeside.
Yeah, Vic's looking good, and I think she's pushing the pace. It's good conditions here. It's not too hot. Doesn't seem to be too much wind, so it's very good conditions for steeplechase if you're in good shape and you're going for it like Vic is. And you know, she's not sitting back and just trying to win and just knowing that she has the B qualifier. She's going hard and going for it, and that's what I like to see in races like this as well.
Yeah, very impressive hurdling technique. You can see Mitchell very efficient over the barriers.
Yeah, she tells me she doesn't do any hurdle practice, but you know, that's probably just a natural thing that she does with her running, and they're not too high, but yeah, she certainly looks great over those barriers. And Madeline's still looking good as well, and you can usually notice when they get a bit tired they step twice in the water jump, but I think Madeline and Vic both did that last jump quite well.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on the time. So they went through with 2 laps to go in about 6:57, and the clock just about to tick over 8:20. So a minute 20 last lap. So it looks like Mitchell could get close to that A qualifier.
Yeah, she's definitely picking up the pace again, I think. Yeah, it's good that she's lapping a few people now, and I think that gives you a lot of confidence in this last lap. But she looks like she's running faster than an 82nd lap.
Yeah, looking very fresh. Down the back straight there, and Heiner.
And Madeline's looking good.
Lakeside dropping back, just going through with 1 lap to go there now. But Victoria Mitchell sitting the 200 metres to go and looking very good.
It's great having people to chase, and she's been lapping people all this lap, so it's just as good as having people to race to the finish, and we'll see how she goes over this last 150. Just through this last water jump, no fall, it's good.
Yep, so we'll keep an eye on the clock. 9:40 is the A qualifier, and the clock ticking over 9:20 there as she entered the straight. So,
oh, she's looking awesome. Go Vic.
Yep, so Victoria Mitchell coming down. Looks like she's going to take out the Australian title and would just miss the Commonwealth Games A qualifier of 9:40 with a 9:42.03, but with a B qualifier and a win at the Australian title, she'll be off to Glasgow.
Yeah, she deserves that. She just ran so well and just went for it. And Jen Kay's finishing now. She's run well as well. Coming back from injury, it's tough. So you just got to keep working through it, and she's improving with every race.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see the time there because it looked like Heiner just slipped in under her personal best. So that's 9:56.54 from 2006, and I reckon she might have got under that. So we'll wait for the official times to appear on the scoreboard.
It'd be great if Madeline got under her PB, and I've loved seeing her come back, and she's just stronger and stronger every race. So love her to see her go over to Glasgow as well.
Yeah, fantastic run there by the girls. And hopefully Mossy and Robbo can grab an interview with one of the girls there.
Yeah, Paddy, we were looking forward to having a quick chat with Vic Mitchell. She's just having a drink at the moment. But a great win there. Victoria Mitchell, class runner. She's come out on top there in the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase final.
Yeah, just as we wait to hear those official times, just looking at the Australian all-time list, Donna McFarlane there at 9:18.35, the Australian record holder. And down in 5th position there is Maddie Heiner with the 9.56 from 54. So
well done.
looks like she'll consolidate that position at number 5.
And Paddy Bergen, I can now tell you that we're joined by Australia's national 3,000 metre steeplechase champion, Victoria Mitchell. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
You 2 weeks ago, you had a pretty memorable run here. You came out with the win, testing the water that day on the final jump. You made it through the water pretty well this time.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid the same thing as last week. Yeah, definitely not a fan.
And you must have felt pretty strong there. You've shown some great form. We saw you at the Hunter. We've seen you at other meets throughout the season. You must have felt really good, and you're happy with the win?
Yeah, it's a business end of the season where it counts, and I just got it at the right time. The last few races have been nailed, so I'm really happy.
Big question though, you know you're a huge fan, Vic, of the hair dye. We've had pink before, we've had a number of colours, but this is how I mate Clyde. He is the mascot of the Commonwealth Games. Do you reckon you could reveal today that you are going to go with the purple hair?
Sure, why not? I'm wearing purple today with the purple nails, so let's do that.
There you go, you heard it first here on the tartan couch. And 9.42, pretty happy with that today?
Yeah, I was hoping to do an A, but then I just was focusing on winning and not the time, and only saw it before it was too late pretty much. So, but yeah, I'm stoked to get back to good times.
Excellent. Well, Vic Mitchell, you've done everything you can do to book your seat on that plane to Glasgow, and congratulations once again.
Thank you very much. That's awesome.
Awesome. Champion. Just watch out, she might run away with Clyde.
Clyde, what'd you do?
And guys, we've got an update from Ollie Worm. The women's triple jump is all sewn up. How did it end up, Ollie?
Well, Linda Leverton held on there with that big jump in the 5th round, 13.93. In second place was a New Zealander, Okpala, 13.55, and Ellen Petit, 13.43. That was a PB for her, we believe. So that's your top 3 there. Linda Leverton did everything she can. She got the B qualifier. She won the national title, so she put her best foot forward to head to Glasgow with you guys.
Leverton, Linda Levitate. You would have to think there, and I'm sure that's not the first time that's been thought of, but great work there by the Queenslander, and we'll hopefully have a catch-up with Linda on the tartan couch very soon as well. Speaking of jumping, I'm looking across to the men's high jump, and there's Brandon Stark getting his warm-up in. The tracksuits are still on in that event, and just next to them, we've got the men's discus throw going into the final round, and this is Shane Loveridge from New South Wales. He's currently in second position with a throw of 55.26. Haradine's still our leader. So we see Loveridge give that one a very good chuck, possibly bettering his mark around the 55. Haradine's in the lead with a 62.23. It looks good enough, as Paddy Bergen indicated earlier.
Yes, that's certainly Ben Haradine has sewn up that spot for Glasgow. Now, we're not far away from the semi-final, the first of the semi-finals of the women's 100 metres. And going in this first semi-final will be Sally Pearson. Pearson's had a stellar season. In fact, has won on every occasion she's turned up the track, except at the ACT Champs, where Melissa Breen set that new Australian 100-metre record of 11.11. So I would say actually Pearson started this year in as good a shape as she's ever been. So if she can get some good conditions, I wouldn't be surprised to see her down in the low 11.20s or high teens. So just looking at that start list there for the women's 100-metre first semi-final, Hayley Butler from New South Wales. Commonwealth Games representative in the hurdles. Sam Geddes laying to Brennan, Victorian. Toya Whistle from Papua New Guinea is in very good shape. And she was fourth in the Commonwealth Games last time in New Delhi. Pearson in 6th. Michelle Cutmore, the resurgent Michelle Cutmore, ran 11.60 at the World Challenge in Melbourne. And her personal best was, I think, more than 7 or 8 years old. So Cutmore training under Stacey Tarima in Queensland, running very well. Rochelle Costa from New Zealand an 8, and Margaret Gahan, the triple threat from South Australia. Margaret's got a Commonwealth Games qualifier in the long jump. Is a pretty handy hurdler and goes here in the first of these women's 100-metre semi-finals. But all eyes will be on lane 6, Sally Pearson. Now, Pearson's personal best in this event is 11.14, set way back in the Osaka World Championships. I remember it well, the quarterfinal. I think she was in lane 1. And Benita, were you there in Osaka?
Yeah, I was in Osaka. It was very hot, very good for sprinting. I've actually got a big scar here on my leg from Osaka. But yeah, I remember that well. Definitely Sally. She's been running well for years. So we'll see if she can get near that this year or this championship.
Final number 1 of the women's 100 metres. Your field in lane 2. New South Wales.
There she is, Pearson. So just looking through her season, she kicked off things with the Adelaide Track Classic, a Commonwealth Games A qualifier there, 11.35. And then also took out the win there in Sydney and Melbourne and Brisbane. So 11.20 highs and 11.30 lows commonplace for Pearson. But we definitely know in her best shape she's capable of getting down into those teens. She'd dearly love that national record, and I think she'll be ruining the fact that Breeny beat her to it.
Yeah, I think she's a bit fired up about that to go for it now. So it'll be good to see how she goes. But she's won so many world championships and an Olympic title, obviously. But she just keeps coming back and back. She's just so good. It's good to watch.
Yeah, conditions weren't very conducive in the heats. With, I think Pearson ran 11.60, but a little bit better this evening. Haradine into the ring. I think that looks like his 6th and final throw. Not a good one, but nevertheless he'll still be happy. Taking out the national title and off to the Commonwealth Games. All right, they're away now. And Pearson in the middle of the field getting a great start. Cutmore, the Queenslander, trying to go with her, as is Whistle from Papua New Guinea. But have a look at Pearson. Looking very good as she crosses the line there ahead of Whistle and Cutmore. 11.64. The unofficial winning time there. Can't see the wind. Minus 2.9, I believe I just heard. So temperature not too bad for the sprinters, but unfortunately some big headwinds. Looks like 11.63 into a 2.9 headwind So very, very tough conditions for the sprinters. Also meaning it'll be very tough condition for the distance runners as well.
Yeah, I think the weather here is pretty good for distance runners, but yeah, the wind's probably never good for anyone. I see Sally's not wearing the arm warmers today, so it must be a bit warmer, but the sun's not out, so sprinters always want the sun to be out, no wind or tailwind.
I'll give you the update there, Benita. She's not wearing them because Clyde's got them. Clyde actually has borrowed Sally's arm warmers, so that's why she didn't run with them then in that race there. So there you go.
Oh, how did Clyde score them?
No, he gets around Clyde.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Sally sweat in Clyde's arms there.
Yep.
Very impressive. Usually good performances come with those long armbands.
Yes. It's a lot like the headband, Paddy Bergen. Performance enhancing. It's all legal.
Yeah, it's all legal. I see Vic Mitchell's going to have the purple hair like Clyde. Is anyone going to have a green body?
I saw Sanya Richards run very well with armbands one year, but I also saw Ben Offerins run equally bad with armbands one year. So
yeah, I've run my national marathon record in arm warmers at Chicago, but it was about -5 with wind chill, I think, so that's why I was wearing them.
Yeah,
I didn't want to.
I'm not sure I see the advantage of the sprinters wearing armbands, but maybe good for the mind. All right, we're just about set for semi-final 2 of the women's 100 metres, and there she is, the Australian record holder, Melissa Breen, 11.11. Was a world lead until this morning, actually, over the Florida relays. Atkins, I think, took down that world lead from Melissa Breen with an 11.09. So I think that's a pretty impressive to hold off until early April, particularly with the US season starting late March. You'd expect to see the Caribbean athletes and the US competitors getting down to those 11.0 times. So I think very impressive from Breen to hold on that long.
Yeah, she's done really well, and I've been living over in America for the last 4 years, and they all come to the first few meets, and yeah, there's so many good sprinters, American, Caribbean, so Melissa Breen's just had such an awesome season, and the rivalry between her and Sally in the 100 is something that they haven't had in that event for a while, so it just brings out the best in both of them in the event.
Yeah, and I think Melissa runs very well when she's confident, and we saw that at the ACT Champs. It was a perfect storm, really. She was in great shape. She had Pearson running in the heat after her. Great conditions, and I guess maybe with a point to prove, but not so tense, and ran the 11.11 and then backed it up and took Pearson for the first time after that. So, performances since, she's been about 0.1 behind Sally. Which is probably thereabouts that she'd been over the past 5 or 6 years. But you can't take away from the fact that she got the Australian record 11.11, so we'd like to see Melissa get down to those sort of times again. But she should still maintain confidence that she can battle with Pearson when she's in shape.
Yeah, and those kind of rivalries, they just help them become better against the rest of the world. So it's good to race each other here, and then when they go to the Comm Games and other events like that, given that they both make it, of course, in these trials, and I think they're just going to be that bit better for having the competition in their own country.
Yes, it's a great rivalry between these two. So just running through the field here, Burt, Victorian in lane 2, Shimizu, a visitor from Japan in 3, Graf in 4, Whittaker in 5. She's the third fastest Australian this year, 11.54, so keep an eye out from her. On her outside, Breen, Roman, Yi Pui and Wern. So the action's going to be in the middle of the field with Breen in 6 and Whittaker. All right, looks like Ellie Graf there. We'll wait for the judge's decision, but it does not look good for the young athlete from New South Wales. Graf's run 11.76 this season, so she would have been looking for a final place. And of course, whilst Breen and Pearson are the ones to be going off to the Commonwealth Games, or likely to be going to the Commonwealth Games, the other girls are looking for relay berths. And at the moment, we've got Whittaker at 11.54 and Cutmore at 11.60. Right, looks like there's no problems there, so perhaps something with the issue with the gun. So a full field, take 2. All right, they're away as expected. Breen having a great start there in the middle of the field. Whittaker trying to go with her, as is Shimizu, the Japanese competitor, on the inside. But it's all Melissa Breen out in front, looking very, very strong. Whittaker across the line there in second, and Graf there in third. 11.74, the unofficial winning time. Looks like another big headwind there for Breen. But she won't be too worried about the time.
And guys, we've got some special guests to chat to down here on the tartan couch. Kicking us off is the winner of the women's triple jump, Linda Leverton. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for that.
Now, you've had a great few rounds there. Ollie Worm's been over the back, and what'd you get out to? A 13.98 in the end. You must have been feeling pretty good.
I wish it was a 98, but it was a 93 in the end. Yep, so that's good as well. It's a PB, so I'm pretty happy.
Conditions are pretty good. You had a bit of tailwind to help you along.
Yeah, a little bit of a tailwind. That was 0.7 in the end, and yeah, just glad it wasn't too windy, and yeah.
Good, good.
So a meet record there for you, Linda. When are we going to see you crack the big 1-4?
Oh, that number has been haunting me for a while, but just good to get a PB in the meantime.
And do you have plans to head overseas anytime soon, or if you were to get picked for Glasgow, would you be heading overseas anytime soon?
Yeah, I think my coach Gary would take us over maybe a month before Glasgow.
The great man Gary Bourne. How's that squad up there? You know, you've got Frayne, Mitch White, Phillips Aduwu, yourself, the list goes on. How is it training in that environment with all those athletes?
Very inspiring, especially since Phillips has just arrived, and Henry and Mitch as well, so it's a good environment.
Well, Linda Leverton, congratulations. Linda Leverton, Linda Lever... What did I call you before? Linda Levitate, that's what it is. You hopefully off to Glasgow. Well done. This is Clyde. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Winner of the women's triple jump.
Otherwise you're going to miss your medals, darling. So let's go. Come on.
So another special guest we welcome onto the tartan couch. I think he's making his debut on the tartan couch, and he's going to just get the appropriate headpiece on. And this is winner of the men's discus throw and your new national champion, Ben Haradine. Mate, welcome to the tartan couch.
Thanks very much for having me.
You're the champion once again. Conditions, what were they like for throwing? Were they big throws? Just happy to get the job done?
I wasn't really that pleased with the comp. It was just, I don't know, something about Melbourne. It's just a difficult place to throw far. But look, it's a win, and I think it's important to keep into perspective that people win medals, distances. People don't win medals. Sorry, let me get that right. Distances don't win medals, people do. So that'll be my focus for Commonwealths, and just trying to make a good consistent season, and mate, that's all I can do from here on.
You're huge on Instagram, Benny, not just huge guns there, but on Instagram you've been doing lots of throwing things which we've been putting on the road to Glasgow. I attempted to throw Clyde out there today. What's next on the agenda? We've seen pies, we've seen all sorts of stuff.
It's a very good question. I don't actually know. I've had a few suggestions, but I haven't really made anything concrete, so maybe I can give Clyde a bit of a toss for you guys and see if we can get you guys over to Glasgow, and maybe we'll throw some some Scottish things around, a bit of haggis, a few
Well,
bagpipes.
it's funny you say that. We've got one here.
This is actually a haggis. If we look down the camera there, so I'll just grab that mic off you. So yeah, that's the haggis. So we're just going to go to a race in a sec. But yeah, all for seeing how far you can throw a haggis, mate. That'd be fantastic.
I'm tipping not very far though.
There's a bit of weight to them. They're like little puddings.
Oh yeah, I think I can throw the haggis.
The real
but
haggis.
Definitely not a fluff.
That's right.
Fluff
Well,
ball.
mate, thanks very much. We look forward to cheering you on the road to Glasgow. I've got to say, this looks quite fetching, and I wouldn't mind seeing you wear that when you do get over there. You may be in the kilt.
I'll don it for sure. Just wanted to have a quick shout out to Callum and Stuart watching down there in the Hunter Valley. G'day guys, and thanks for supporting me.
There you go, Ben Haradine, he's your champion, and all things going well, he'll be off to Glasgow. Well done. Thanks, Benny.
Thank you.
All right, here we go for the first of the men's 100-metre semi-finals. The first three in each heat, plus the next two fastest times through to the final later this evening. Running through your competitors there, Chiho Su from Hong Kong, So Chung Hong from Hong Kong, Tom Gamble, the winner of the Melbourne World Challenge there, the Queenslander with a 10:41 personal best, is in great shape, as is Jinsu Jung, the Sydney University competitor, set a personal best in the heats. Banuve Tabakalkaro from Fiji. In lane 7, Joel B, the crowd-sourced competitor. He got crowd-sourced funding to get himself to the Sydney Track Classic and delivered with a 10:44 personal best time. That was great to see. Cody Harmon, the New Zealand junior record holder there in lane 8, and Nong Ka Fung, our visitor from Hong Kong. So the action should be Gamble, Jinsu Jung, and I'd say Joel B. So first three and the next two fastest times. All right, they're away, and Jung getting a quick start there on the inside and going out hard is the Fijian Tabakalkaro, the big man in blue, out in front flying. Joel B coming at him late. The Victorian running exceptionally well there, and Gamble disappointing the Queenslander. Hopefully there's no problems there, but Tabakalkaro, the Fijian, surprised everyone there, taking that first semi-final there. So he'll go through with Joel B and perhaps Jung, the 20-year-old from the University of Sydney. So looking at the times there, Tabakalkaro 10:60 into a 0.7 headwind. And there's Joel B, we see running very well there late, 10:63, and Jinsu Jung 10:74. The other automatic qualifier. So the big Queenslander, Tom Gamble, one of the form athletes of this season, he's going to have to wait and see if he's one of the next fastest through for tonight's final. Harmon, the Kiwi, a chance there at 10:84.
Certainly a bit of a breeze blowing into the nose and across the track for these sprinters here. That one recorded as a negative 0.7 headwind, so conditions are known to be fairly variable between the heats and the semis down here.
Yeah, I'm most impressed there by Joel B, the Victorian. Doesn't need any crowd-sourced funding to get him to the national champs. He's on home soil this weekend.
Yeah, Paddy, he looked very impressive yesterday in the heats. Doing it very comfortably indeed, and he's got the full bodysuit going, so he looks the part.
He does look very, very impressive.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I've seen many Fijian sprinters here. but definitely I've seen a lot in those in the football codes, rugby league and things like that. And I know there's an Oceania Championships coming up in September, so cross-country championships. I might go there for a seminar, but I don't know too much about the Fijian sprinters.
Well, there was a fantastic Fijian sprinter in the mid-90s, Jonah Delai, and I'm sure he got down to the 1020s or 10 teens. We might check that out. But Tabakaukaro, we'll just check his personal best. 10:49, he's the national junior record holder of Fiji. So he might be the man to beat in the final. Next up in the second of the semis will be Tim Leithart and Jared Geddes. They're the former athletes. We saw Leithart win his third Sydney Track Classic in a row. He'll be very difficult to beat for this national title. He was second here last year behind Ross. So he'd be looking for his first crown. 10:23, the Commonwealth Games B qualifier, and 10:18, the A. I'd say, given these conditions, that might be beyond these athletes here. Things underway in the high jump. And that's Baden, the young Victorian, 18-year-old. And the high jump's in a bit of a purple patch from last year. We had 3 over 228, but not quite those heights this year. 223, the season's lead from Chris Dodd, the New South Welshman. As we move to the second of the semi-finals in the 100 metres, there he is, Leithart, in the fluoro orange there. Won his third Sydney Track Classic. Looks sensational. And was beaten at the Melbourne World Challenge by Tom Gamble.
And Pat, the hot tip is that fluoro makes you run faster.
Indeed, I know fluoro is back. It was pretty big in the early 90s when I was racing.
Yeah, I think it's 0.1 in this 100.
Oh, they'll need that with these headwinds. That's Joseph Miller there, the Kiwi. Hammond from New South Wales.
World Championship representative in the 4x100 relay from New South Wales, Jared Geddes.
Hammond's got a season's best of 10:38, so don't discount him. Unfortunately, it looks like a scratching there from Jared Geddes. That's a shame, the youngster not lining up there for these semi-finals. So Tim Leithart, New South Wales, looks like he should win this. Lee Carter, Hartman and Jaworski rounding out the field. And Miller, the Kiwis, have been in pretty good form this season with another championships under his belt there and a 10:39 personal best. So I'd say between Miller and Leithart for semi-final 2, first 3 cross the line straight through to tonight's final. And the next 2 fastest times, 10:79 and 10:84, are those next fastest times to beat. All right, they're away. Leithart getting a pretty good start. Carter being left behind there, and Miller, the New Zealander, trying to go with him, but looking very strong out in front. Leithart, Miller about half a metre away. 10:63, the unofficial winning time there for Leithart. Just getting the job done. I don't think he was extending himself too much there, taking out the second of those semi-finals. So Leithart, Miller. Automatically through. We'll wait for the judge's decision. There we go. Leithart, Miller and Hammond automatically through. Hartman with 10:79. in 4th place. Looks like it'll be Hartman and Gamble, the next fastest through. So the 2 Queenslanders scraping through there as the next fastest. Another 2.4 metres per second headwind, so the conditions still not very good for the sprinters. Hopefully those headwinds will ease down later this evening for the finals. Okay, just watching that replay there. Carter being left behind. Hartman going well there, but Leithart looking very, very strong there. That was Miller coming across the line there in 2nd, and Hammond in 3rd.
Medals will be awarded by Leanne Evans, Executive Officer, Women's Sport Australia, and Commonwealth 4x400 metre relay.
The front on shot there showing Leithart looking pretty relaxed. Not shutting down too early before the finish line. And Miller having a look across at the end just to size up his main threat to... Well, it's not really the Australian title, it's a win.
Second place is the winner of the silver medal for the performance of 13 metres 43, representing Victoria, Ellen Pence.
There's a victory ceremony for the women's triple jump. That's Leviton taking that title, consolidating her place as 2nd on the all-time list with that new personal best. And Pettit also setting new personal best figures. So with the Commonwealth Games qualifier. So if Pettit's selection is confirmed in the Games team, should be one of those rare athletes to compete across multiple events. For those field eventers watching, we've got some results in from the men's discus throw. If you haven't managed to see the live results on athletics.com.au, 62-23 for Ben Haradine, taking the win. 55-26 for Shane Loveridge in 2nd. Marshall Hall from New Zealand, 54-32 in 3rd. And Denny all the way back down in 9th, 49-49, so perhaps some problems there for the World Youth Champ. It's Brandon Stark there missing at 2:07. I've just got the draw for the women's 100-metre final. Monica Brennan, Victoria in lane 2. Cutmore, the Queenslander, will go in lane 3. Then Breen in 4, Toya Whistle in 5, Whitaker in 6, Sally Pearson in 7, Graff in 8, and Gahan in 9. So Breen and Pearson separated by a couple of lanes, and I actually think that'll do. That'll make things a little bit easier for Breen. She can concentrate on her own race. We know how fast Pearson can get out, and I think being a couple of lanes away from her might help.
So Ollie Worm updating the women's pole vault.
Well, one of the top chances, Vicky Parnov is unfortunately out down there, the pole vault. In terms of other action, Alana Boyd obviously hasn't come in yet. Also, another one to watch, Liz Parnov. So we'll keep you posted there. It's still very early days there in the women's pole vault. The men's triple jumpers are warming up over there. Alwyn Jones, one to watch, and also Phillips Adawu.
And Dennis Finnegan from Ireland, he put a post up on Twitter earlier this morning. There's multinationals, there's Japan, Ireland, Australia. He thought maybe that's the start of a good joke. And the high jumpers.
Bars at 2:07 in the high jump, so still early days until we start seeing the boys hopefully getting above sort of 2:25. And Liz Parnov there, she's got the bar, she's ready to go. No, hang on. Ooh, close, almost clearance there in the women's pole vault. Doesn't look too happy with that.
That was Emma Philippe there from WA. And here we have a medal presentation. And this is for the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. We were lucky enough to have a chat with Vic Mitchell. She's about to receive her gold medal.
It's great to see Vic winning there today. I'm good friends with Vic, and I did see the evidence of the pink hair in the bed in Beijing, so I think she'll be looking forward to the purple hair in Glasgow. Madeline Heiner, I'm thrilled for her as well. It was such a great run and such a great season. It's a great finish to a great season, and on to Glasgow now for Madeline. It'll be great to see her compete over there for sure.
Yeah, and both girls getting Commonwealth Games B qualifiers, so Mitchell with a win here in a B, she's automatic. And Madeline Heiner, I guess, will wait for selection later in the year.
Yeah, and third there with Jen Lacaze, and she's just coming back and back quickly from that injury, so it's good to see today too.
Yeah, and a big new personal best there for Heiner, 8 seconds in fact. So I think she'd be rapt to take down that 2006 personal best. All right, they're away in this men's wheelchair 100 metres in the middle of the field there. Looks like Sam Carter on his outside and his compatriot Matt Cameron always battling these two, the gentleman and Coleman on the inside. 15:44 there for the Queenslander in the T54 class. Across the line first there, Carter in second, and Richard Coleman, well, he's better known as an 800 metre, well, distance competitor. He's got a world title under his belt there in the 800 metres, so didn't expect him to match it with those sprinters there. Cameron taking out the men's 100 metre wheelchair.
And Reid McCracken featuring in that race there, Paddy. He's already got 2 gold medals to his name in the 800 and the 400, and as a result of his classification, he might be in with a chance in that event as well. So we'll just wait to see the numbers get crunched there. Obviously athletes with different classifications, that's taken into account. But a nice 2.0 metres per second headwind for those wheelchair guys, and when you're only travelling 100 metres in the wheelchair, that wind wouldn't be much fun.
No, not at all. It looks like we've got our medal presentation for the men's discus throw. So Ben Haradine, he'll be off to Glasgow for the Commonwealth Games. Loveridge in second. So we know Haradine will be there, but we'll wait to see what Julian Ruck has in store. And just as exciting as what Ben Haradine will throw is what Ben Haradine will wear. I know he's got some special outfits in store for the European system, European season, I should say, known for his Hulk. The muscle suit, voted by the New York Post as the worst dressed athlete in history when he donned that garb in 2012, I think it was.
As we see a miss there in the high jump, in the pole vault, sorry, the men's high jump's going. Brandon Stark, we'll see if we can pick him up, and he's cleared. I think that's 2 metres 12. He's following the successful attempt from Chris Dodd, who also got over 2:12. And I can see the tall timber of Nick Boyk. We'll see if we can get to the men's high jump as quick as possible. There we are. Boyk, the self-proclaimed biggest man in world athletics, and he is a big man.
He's had a pretty good season, not as good as last year, but consistent. He was second.
Oh, that's just too easy for Big Nick. They've got a nice little breeze at their backs here, just sending them over the bar. So I think this is going to be one of the ding-dong battles. If it can go deep into the 220s, and we see Boyk, Stark, Dodd.
A qualifier, which is 2:28. There's a lot of them in the 2:20s low. It could be any one of those today, Robert.
Yeah, definitely. And they're all good mates as well. The high jumpers, they enjoy pushing them each other on.
You tend to find that with a lot of the field sports, where they get on pretty well. They G each other up. They do a bit of coaching as well. You see that in the pole vault and the men's. It's a clear part of it.
And we've just seen Liz Parnoff clear. Not sure exactly the height there. Ollie Wormy might be able to find out. You're just... both on the couch. Just just heard there the bars at 4:10 in the women's pole vault. So Tanksovic doesn't quite make the attempt at that height. Men's high jump, we just saw a foul there. So it looks to be the third attempt for Emma Philippe in the women's pole vault. And there she is, she's got it. Draws a warm applause from the crowd as the white flag goes up. So well done, Emma Philippe from WA. She's still in the game here. Still no Alana Boyd.
Yeah, just looking at that pole vault, they've got 7 Commonwealth Games qualifiers. I think it's the most of any event. Well, actually equal with the high jump, so lots of depth currently in the women's pole vault and the women's high jump. Both Parnovs with B qualifiers, Philippe, Kennedy and Scroop as well. Was Tankasic just bailing out there. She's got a season's best of 3 metres 80 and a personal best of 4 metres, so attempting a new personal best there, but not to be. All right, the next event on the track is the final of these Ambulant men's at 100 metres. Rowan Bright in the T41 class in lane 1. Timothy Foster, T20 and 2. Nathan Woods in the same classification for South Australia in 3. Tom McLean in 4 in the T46 class. Nicholas Hum, T20. Gabrielle Cole, T46 from South Australia in 6. Chad Paris from Western Australia, now living in Canberra. In lane 7, Matthew Guild, T20 in 8, and Braden Davidson, T36 from South Australia in 9.
Lane 6, South Australia, Gabrielle Cole. Lane 7, Western
So Paris and Cole look to be the ones to beat in this event for line honours. All right, shaky start there from Hum on the inside, but have a look at Gabrielle Cole, South Australian, out in front, and now Chad Paris trying to come at him. So it's Cole out in front, Hummin is inside, Paris closing late, but not quite, I'd say. Gabrielle Cole in the T46 class from South Australia. He looks like he's going to take out, or at least take line honours in that event ahead of Chad Paris from Western Australia. And there is 11.22, 0.8 headwind for that. Chad Paris, 11.36. Both these gentlemen have dipped under 11 seconds, so not close to their best. But the sun's out now, so maybe the track will heat up and give us some faster conditions. 11.48, Nicholas Hum there across the line in third place. So 0.8, so the headwinds are dropping. And hopefully drop a little bit more and see some fast times for these open 100 metre finals coming up later in the evening.
So the attention's on the women's pole vault here, and I'm being told that's 4 metres 20, which has just been cleared. And over the back straight, we've got the men's triple jump. They've just been introduced to the crowd. I can see the headband standing out on Phillips Adowu's head. He's out here in Australia at the moment, training up in Queensland. And you've got to think he's probably going to be hard to beat. Alwyn Jones. But another race on the track here.
All right, that's right. Yes, it's the final of the women's Ambulant 100 metres. I'm not sure if I've got the right start list here, but that's Donovan in lane 1, Walters in 2, Greco in 3, Salmon in 4, Party, one of those long jump qualifiers, in 5, Glanny in 6, Elkington. She's already off to Glasgow in that long jump, so Jodie Elkington, New South Wales, probably the one to beat here. Cleaver and Schweitzer rounding out the field there. In terms of times on the track, looks like Schweitzer and Party are the ones who will battle it out for line honours. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see the calculations here to decide who does win. After those heats, Kobe Donovan from Queensland on the inside there. She was closest to her world record with a time of 20.76. So she's the one to beat in terms of percentage against world record. But line honours, looks like it's going to be between Party and Schweitzer. All right, there we go. And on the outside it is Schweitzer, and on the inside Party. So they're battling it out. The New South Welshman and the Western Australian. That's Party. Looks like she's going to take line honours there. The Western Australian crossing the line there, 13.87. Looked to be a little bit faster than her heat winning time of 13.90. Schweitzer on the outside. Looks to be across the line there in second place. We'll wait for the official times and keep an eye on those win readings.
As we turn our attention to Brandon Stark in the men's high jump. Here he goes. Oh, just touching that one. And we'll get you a height on that. 2:16, we think. Ollie Worms here with an update in some of the other events. How's it going, mate?
Great. Well, Alwyn Jones just opened up in the men's triple jump with a 16.37, so that's a great first round leap there. That's actually a big qualifier as well. In the women's pole vault, Alana Boyd is going to come in at 4.30 metres. The bar is currently at 4.20, which Liz Parnov and Emily Philippe is clear, and Scroop from South Australia is having a final attempt at 4.20, so 4 remaining, and Boyd still to make her debut at 4.30 metres.
Excellent, thanks very much, Ollie. And we've got a special guest we might have a chat with on the Tartan couch in just a couple of moments. So as we see some of the action in the men's high jump, we might just wait for this attempt. We think the bar's at about 2.16 metres at the moment.
You can hear the crowd in the background, Robbo, just trying to wheel him over as he launches himself up. It hits the bar.
All right, now on the couch, it's a warm welcome to Jodie Elkington. Now, Jodie's got the claim to fame of getting the first automatic nomination here at Nationals in the women's ambulant long jump. Congratulations, Jodie.
Thank you very much.
And it's great to have you here on the Tartan couch. You've had to do a bit more work today with a couple of races. How was it out there just then?
It was okay. It was a nice headwind, but to run to, I suppose, get it over and done with, have a week's break and get ready for Glasgow.
Tell us a bit about the jump. Did you jump sort of where you thought you'd be at this stage of your preparations for the Games?
The first 2 jumps were pretty good, 4.11 and then 4.19, and then I had a couple where my run-up wasn't 100%, but sitting around the 13 of us in the field, it was about 15 degrees, blowing, but to take away the wind and get 3 jumps over 4 metres, I'll take that this time of year.
Makes a huge difference, I guess, being a Sydneyite coming down here to Melbourne. The conditions here aren't really conducive for a lot of people.
No, but I've been lucky. The last 3 comps that I have done in Sydney have been about this weather. The last couple of weeks have been raining, windy, but yeah, we've had pretty good weather all summer up there.
Now tell us, Jodie, have you been to Glasgow ever before?
No, I've been to England and Wales, but I haven't been to Scotland, so it'll be good to get over there and see another part of Great Britain.
Well, you've done just everything that looks like you need to do to get a ticket over there. All the best with your preparation, and congratulations once again. You've met Clyde here. Clyde's the mascot, so you'll be seeing plenty of him over there. Well done once again.
Thank you very much, and thanks to my coaches, Nicole and Alex. Without their support, I wouldn't be able to have this fantastic opportunity, so thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. There's Jodie Elkington. We're going to keep our attention on the men's high jump here. Some exciting things happening. Brandon Stark just cleared there.
It looks like the women's shot put underway, but we're not too far away from the next event on the track, which is the men's 1500 metres wheelchair, and this is an event that will be held at the Commonwealth Games for the T54 class, and we've got Richard Coleman, Richard Nicholson, and one of the greatest Paralympians ever, Kurt Fernley, all with qualifiers, so it'll be a good battle to see how these three go. And Benita, you know Kurt quite well.
Yeah, I've known Kurt since when I competed at Sydney Olympics, and from what I recall, he also raced on the track there as well, and we've both progressed to the marathon over the years, and I feel like he's as old as me, but he just turned 33, so he's actually a little bit younger.
Yeah, I thought he was a lot older than that, actually.
Yeah.
He's had a stellar career, starting out in Sydney with some silver medals, and obviously in shorter events in his early career, and as he's progressed through to Athens, won medals, won gold in 5,000 and the marathon, and also stayed in touch with some of the shorter track events, but we haven't seen him in these short track events for quite a few years now.
Yeah, I always like watching these wheelchair races on the track, because it seems like there's a bit more jostling, and it kind of reminds me of running indoors when I used to race around those 150 or 200 metre tracks, and it's pretty rough. And certainly Kurt Fernley, he's a seasoned competitor, and he's known all around the world. He's won London Marathon, New York Marathon, probably Chicago, I'm not sure, but he's definitely won all of these races multiple times, and any marathon meet director knows Kurt Fernley, so he's a great ambassador for the sport in Australia, and certainly for what he does, he's fantastic for us to have here competing on the track today.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his season's best here, 3:02.61 from Canberra, where he's beaten that day by Richard Coleman. Now, Richard's a bit of a specialist over 800 and 1500.
Paddy Bergen. Brandon Stark has just cleared there.
Great clearance there at 2:20.
at 2:20. So there you go.
And Boyd having a crack at 4:30, second attempt.
All right, so that's another B qualifier there for Stark. That's his 5th of the season, so getting back to that shape. We saw him jump 2:28 in 2013 and go on to represent Australia at the World Championships.
And just at the women's high pole vault there, Alana Boyd with a miss with one attempt to go. So we'll see what's happening there. And guys, just a quick one on Kurt Fernley. This will be his first race as a dad. We welcomed his young son, first son, little Harry, and little Harry and wife Sheridan all going well. Hopefully they're tuning into the live stream, and little Harry gets his chance to see his dad in action.
Just going back to the pole vault there, as we heard that Alana Boyd, she's got one final attempt at 4:30, which for her will be very disappointing. She's vying for Clyde tonight. She gets a national record. We spoke to her not too long ago, so maybe this has got into her head. We don't want to take any responsibility, though. You have to jump responsibly.
So we've got the introductions for the men's 1500 metre wheelchair, and I'll hand it upstairs.
All right, yeah, just running through the field. So the T54 and T53 category class, as we said, off to the Commonwealth Games in this event. Luke Bailey from New South Wales, Nathaniel Arkley, Fernley, Richard Coleman. He's an IPC world champion in the 800 metres 2011. Richard Nicholson from the ACT also has a Commonwealth Games qualifier, and Jake Lappin, the Victorian, rounding out the field.
And these guys enjoyed a race at the Sydney Track Classic a few weeks ago in pretty ordinary conditions, a wet track, and the times weren't all that fast that night. That was their last hit out. And you'll see the guys working together a little bit in the early stages. The Kurt comes through the finish line to begin with. Rich Coleman couldn't be any closer. Nath Arklin in 3rd, Rich Nicholson in 4th there, and Jake Lappin in 5th. And Luke Bailey from Wingham rounding out the field. But they're all bunched up there, all the first 5.
Yeah, well, Fernley went out very hard in that first 100 metres, but obviously not keen to keep the pace up, and now Coleman taking over the lead. Right, so the end of the straight, they're coming down with 2 laps to go. Fernley in the lead. Coleman there tucked in 2nd. At the most recent World Championships in 2013 in Lyon, Coleman was a bronze medalist in this event, as well as the 800 metres, and held the 800 metre title in Christchurch in 2011. So I'd say on form, Coleman will be the one to beat in this event.
Yeah, they seem to be going a lot faster in the back straight. The wind's pretty swirly, but they're definitely making use of that tailwind in the back straight, and it's going to be a good last lap, I think.
Guys, just to draw your attention to the women's pole vault, this is Alana Boyd, and I'm pretty sure this is her final attempt. So she needs this height to stay in the game. As Fernley and co come round, they take the bell. We'll keep you posted on that one, but let's just see how Alana Boyd goes here. Oh.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Boyd, she sets herself. Here she comes. Oh, and that's a miss there, unfortunately for Alana Boyd. We're going to catch the end of this men's 1500 metres now. Looks very close. That's Fernley out there in front. Sorry, Rich Coleman there in front. Kurt Fernley 2nd. Here they come. 50 metres to go. It's Fernley, Coleman, Fernley, Coleman. Looks like it's going to be Rich Coleman's day. Kurt Fernley and Rich Nicholson rounding out the top three. So congratulations to Rich Coleman from Geelong, taking out that men's 1500 metre wheelchair event. Unfortunately, that's Nate Arkley there, who's had a spill with the lap to go. So a bit of drama there. Alana Boyd out of the women's pole vault. Ollie, what does that mean?
Well, she hasn't got anything on the board. That's quite concerning for her. Obviously, leave that in the selectors' hands, but Liz Parnov still has another crack there, so she's got a chance here to clear 4:30. And young Emma Philippe as well jumped quite well. She cleared 4:20 but not 4:30. So, yeah, it's an interesting equation there. In the men's triple jump, Phillips Udowu, 16.71. So he took over Alwyn Jones, but of course he's not an Australian, he's from Great Britain. As Liz Parnov gets ready to have a crack now at 4:30. Crowd's getting behind her. Ooh, and a close attempt there. She's not clear at 4:30. She did clear 4:20, so we'll double check with the count back there. Joel Batten there, a student at Melbourne Grammar. He's a real talent for the future, having a crack at 2 metres 20 now. Ooh, he's not clear, so he cleared 2:16 but not 2:20. Still got Todd in the competition, Stark. Boyage is about to have a crack at 2:20, and also our Japanese visitor having a crack.
So on your screen we see Chris Dodd in the men's high jump. We've sent Ollie Worm over to get some updates for us, but here's Dodd from the Central Coast in New South Wales. And unfortunately that's a miss there for Chris Dodd. And that could mean he's almost close to the end of his competition. So as I say, we'll get Ollie Worm onto that. And we've got a medal presentation happening. And this is the medal presentation of the men's 100 metre Ambulant, and the gold medal going to Gabrielle Cole. Second place going to Nicholas Hum from Victoria, and third place to Chad Paris from Western Australia. And that's the men's 100 metres Ambulant medal presentation. So an update in the women's shot put just happening in front of us here. Ollie Worm.
Our visitor from New Zealand, Miss Keenan, has thrown 15.47. And we will shortly cross to the high jump. Boyich having a crack.
Here he comes.
Oh,
geez.
Easy as you like at 2:20. Too easy.
So we've got Stark and Boyich accounting for the 2:20 mark and looking threatening, both of them clearing it with ease. Back to the women's shot put there, Ollie.
So Kim Mulhall, very talented junior. She's the leading Australian at the moment with 14.70. And from South Australia, Jabril with 14.30. So they're our three we're looking for in the women's shot put. Men's triple jump, no changes there. Alwyn Jones, the first place Australian, 16.37, with Josh Lumley jumping in win assist at 16.10, second place Australian. Of course, Adawu in the lead there.
Interesting to note, no Danny Samuel, in the women's shot put, the reigning New South Wales state champion. We might see if we can have a quick chat with a bloke by the name of Kurt Fernley down here at the Tartan Couch.
There's a couple.
Where's the camera? Congrats, man. You're a bloody dad. Mossy, you might need to get out of the road.
He's going to jump over.
Burn's going to hump you. The dry route on the tartan couch. Been waiting for that.
It was destined. Stinky in between the boys.
As we see Brandon Stark coming in here. Ooh, just flicking that one with the back of the socks there. And look who's joined us on the tartan couch. He looks like he's packing in for a scrum here. It's Kurt Fernley.
I would like to say it's my first time as a hooker. I mean, thanks for welcoming me to the couch.
You actually did play a bit of rugby league back in your day, fullback out there at Carcool, huh?
Yeah, I did, mate. I always used to lurk in the backgrounds, and if someone got by the family up front, there'd be a forearm waiting for their ankles when they got to my end.
You told me you were more of a Billy Slater than a Jared Hayne.
Mate, game changer.
Now let's talk about the business just there. As we see, this looks like Boyek. Yes, and he's cleared that one there. We'll find out exactly the height. It could be 223. Thank you, Ollie Worm. So Kurt Fernley, tell us a bit about that race there. There's a bloke called Rich Coleman just got in between you and the finish line at the wrong point.
Oh, mate, he's on fire, old Rich. He's got me the last 2 or 3 1500s on the trot. So, mate, he was your silver medalist from Delhi. Hopefully we'll be both heading over to Glasgow, and it'd be nice to get both on the podium again.
Yeah, excellent. Well, we look forward to that. And, mate, more importantly, how's life as a dad?
Oh, mate, I am tempted to find a corner here and just go to sleep. 7. I just need a quiet, dark corner to hide for a bit.
Well, this couch will be available.
I'm a man speaking for experience. They always forget about the dads. They talk about the mum, the bum, but it's the dad who does it tough too.
Oh, mate, I did the hard yards.
I'll take this opportunity, Mossy, to earn some points back. A special happy birthday to my wife, Gabby, watching up there in Newcastle. And she's done amazing work with our child. So we know what being a parents are like here on the tartan couch. And Kurt, tell us what's next. Obviously, getting the hang of changing nappies, but also getting some time to get some training in, mate.
Yeah, mate, home. This is the first day away since I've had Harry, and I just want to get home and spend another week or two at home and spend a bit of time in the old the blue track in Newcastle, mate. And I've got a lot of work to do between now and July, and I've just got to put my head down, mate. And I'm the only one that can rectify this.
Excellent, mate. Well, we look forward to following your journey to Glasgow. And, mate, you forgot to get the kilt on. Hopefully we can see some tartan sometime soon.
Mate, well and truly. Once I get this kit off, I'm into the tartan kit.
And you've met Clyde before. Here he is again. He's a big fan of yours.
Yeah, mate. Actually, I know how to hold him now. It's like this.
The good news is you don't have to change his nappy.
Yeah. Thank goodness.
There you go. Well, it's a pleasure, as always, to spend time with Kurt Fernley on the tartan couch. And keep up the good work, legend.
Thanks, boys. See you in Glasgow. Hopefully.
We see Brandon Stark on screen having a crack at 2 metres 23. Narrow miss there. And we've got the bell lap in the women's 1500, and we might just follow this for the final lap. Looks to me Maddie Di Rosario holding the pacer at the moment, and she's probably the favourite to take this race out if she can hold that position there. Angie Ballard tucked in behind, and there's Christy Dawes in third place at the moment. All these girls with B qualifiers currently. So it'll be the winner here will virtually book their spot on the plane to Glasgow. And it's Maddie Di Rosario from Western Australia. She's pulling away. She's got a couple of chair lengths now, and she's doing the damage on this back straight as she comes in with 150 metres to go. And it looks to be Maddie Di Rosario. We've got Nick Boyek here. We might be able to just get his jump in. And here comes Maddie Di Rosario. She's got 90 metres left to book her place. 50 metres, here she goes. She's got it all sewn up. Maddie Di Rosario, she's took the win at the Sydney Track Classic, and she's going to take the win here at the National Championships. Big round of applause for Maddie Di Rosario from Western Australia, from Christy Dawes and Newcastle in second place. And that is the winner of the women's 1500 metres wheelchair event here at Lakeside Stadium. And here we have Brandon Stark steadying himself. We've got Ollie Worm over there in the thick of it. Here's the slow hand clap, and don't we love to see that in the field events, in the jumps. He looks pumped. Brandon Stark, the long socks. Oh, unfortunately not to be. And that looks to be it for Brandon Stark. And it's been a great battle, these guys in the men's high jump over the last 12 months. Brandon getting out to 2:28, which is his PB. But he will be grabbing the tracksuit, it seems. And it's all down to big Nick Boyich, the self-proclaimed biggest man in world athletics. And he is a huge man. He looks to be setting the bar at about the height of his head. And Ollie Worm, what are we up to here?
2 metres 26, so Stark didn't clear 2:23. He goes, I'm going to have a punt here, take the clutch jump, have a crack at 2:26. Wasn't successful, but Boyich, second attempt.
Oh, unfortunately not. A bit of a messy approach there for Boyich. And Ollie Worm, we've got some updates in the women's shot put.
Yeah, young Kim Mulhall's put the shot put out there, 15.00 metres, so she's still in second place behind New Zealander, but she's cracked the 15 metre barrel, so fantastic throwing there.
And I can tell you it just got pretty serious down here on the track as the men's 800 metres finalists take to the track, and I can see Josh Ralph, he's in the zone. And there's Jared West, Alex Rowe, they're getting ready for their final here, and this is one of the most anticipated finals of the meet. A couple of A qualifiers in the bag with Risley and Ralph a couple of weeks ago on this very track. Ollie Worm, do you want to have a crack at how that one's going to finish?
If I was a betting man, I was going the trifecta. I'm going to go Risley, Rowe and Ralph.
Wow. There you go. Big call there from Ollie Worm. So Boyich on his next attempt at 2:26. He steadies himself here. In he comes. Looked to be off the shortened run up there. Unfortunately not to be. And he claps to the crowd there also. That'll be the end of that. What do you think? End of the men's high jump, will that be? And Boyich wins. Count back. And that'll be the completion of the men's high jump competition, and it'll be Nick Boyich who's booked, well, he's done as much as he can to book a seat on the plane to Glasgow, and he'll be the national champion with 2:23. So a great competition there in the men's high jump. We look forward to having a chat with Nick Boyich. He's been on the tartan couch before up in Newcastle for the Hunter Track Classic. But there is a fair selection of athletic brilliance here in front of me as I look at the field for the men's 800 metres. No, I'm not looking at Silas Moss and Ollie Worm.
Yeah, that's right. It should be a cracker, Robbo, this final of the men's 800 metres. Ralph, Risley, Rowe all got Commonwealth Games qualifiers. Ralph and Risley got the A's. Who do you fancy, Benita?
Oh, they both ran well a couple of weeks ago in Melbourne. I fancy Jeff Risley, but he's running both 8 and the 1500, so he ran a 1500 heat yesterday, so he's not as fresh, but he's looking good. So, yeah, I'm fancying him for the win.
Okay, so you fancy him as the more championship, better championship credentials, because we've got Ralph beat Risley at the Sydney Track Classic. And then I think he also beat him in Melbourne as well when Solomon from the US took that out and towed Ralph to a new personal best of 1:45.80. Do you think they'll get down to those sort of times tonight?
I don't think so. I think it's going to be a bit more tactical. But Ralph's definitely impressed me, and he's one of those young up-and-comer runners that are kind of on the up. So, you know, he really wants to win. He's probably never been in this position before, so it'll be a good race.
Yeah, I noticed last year when he, everyone was very surprised when he moved up to 800 metres. But he, back in June, he won the Balmoral Burn in Sydney, that 400-metre climb up the hill. So I reckon that's good pedigree for 800 metres.
Yeah, 400-metre climb up a hill is definitely pedigree for 800. I'd say it's a lot tougher than 400.
Yeah, so we should have seen his rise to the 800 metres coming.
Yeah, I'd say it'd be between those two, but you just never know. You never know who's going to go out hard, and they might make a real go for the time here. You just don't know. I don't know about some of these other guys and what they might do.
Yeah, I guess Rowe has to be a chance. He's the defending champion, and he beat Risley last year, although Risley's in much better shape in 2014. And West was third last year. So I'll tip Joshua Ralph. He's on the up, and I like someone who keeps on improving. But certainly Jeff Risley is going to be very, very hard to beat.
It's a mouth-watering prospect, Paddy Bergen. They're only 5 metres behind the tartan couch down here, and I'm putting my my money on Ralph as well. And as he gets introduced there, a big crowd cheer. He slaps the thighs, as he often does, jumps up and down. Gives the hamstrings a bit of a touch-up as well. Let's not forget Jared West on the outside there too. He's got a B qualifier. But you think it's going to be hard past the 3 R's of men's 800-metre running in Australia? Rowe, Risley and Ralph.
Yeah, I guess I fancy Ralph because of his better speed over 400 metres. In fact, he's one of our fastest ever 800-metre doublers. He might need that at the end. There we go. All right, so they're away now. So the tall blue figure in the field, Jeff Risley, he's going to take up the pace, and looks like Ralph will try and tuck in beside him. Rowe in the middle there going quite strong, and in the inside there, who's our man Watkins.
Looks like Risley's controlling the pace there at the front, and often that's what they like to do. They don't want anyone to go any faster, but just want to control how they're running. Definitely really packed, which shows it's probably a bit slow.
Yeah, so into the straight for the first time. Watkins taking the field through. Risley tucked in on the just one out, one back there. Very good position. Rowe kind of boxed in there on the inside. And here comes Gurr on the outside. Takes the field through with 1 lap to go, 53.65. So Gurr out in front. And Risley and Watkins trying to go after him.
Those unexpected moves that we just saw, you know, everyone else, it takes them a while to react, and he's got a few metres, but Risley's coming back at him, and Ralph as well.
Yep, so Risley now challenging with 200 metres to go, up on Gurr's shoulder, and he takes Gurr. Ralph now closes past Gurr as well, and it looks like Gurr's gone. So it's Risley, Ralph and Rowe. So Risley into the straight, looking very good. All right, down with 1 lap to go. Here comes Rowe, here comes Ralph challenging. Looks like Risley's fading a little bit. Can Ralph get up? Yeah, it looks like Joshua Ralph is going to get up for his first national title ahead of Rowe across the line there in second, 1:46.59. Pretty good time in these conditions.
A brilliant run. That was awesome. Great finish. I've just never seen anything like that from, you know, it's just great. It's great. It's a great tactical race as well.
Yes, Risley made his move with about 200 metres to go, but faded as he got into the straight. And Joshua Ralph's
had an A qualifier a few weeks ago, and now national title, and these guys coming up, it's awesome to see. I love it.
Yep, so he'll be off to Glasgow for the Commonwealth Games. So he's got an A qualifier first across the line at the trials. And Rowe making a good case for his selection there. He's got a B qualifier, but with 2 A's, it looks like Rowe is likely to be off to Glasgow as well. Well, that was a pretty exciting start to the evening's program.
Oh, Paddy Bergen, I don't know. I'm going to need a lie down on the tartan couch, I think. We had Ollie Worm, Mossy and I all on our feet, basically trying to get on the track. But wasn't that a showdown? And we knew it was going to be. Mossy, did you see that happening, Ralph? He had to work pretty hard.
Yeah, he certainly did, but James Gurr threw the gauntlet down to everyone, going a little bit before the lap bell. Risley went hard as well, and Rowe just coming from what? It's just an amazing finish. You saw Josh Ralph. He's had such an amazing season stepping up from the 400, and he's really put himself in good stead into the future.
Yeah, as you see, Josh Ralph just tending to some media appointments at the moment. We're going to have a catch-up with him, Josh Ralph. We've had him chat on the couch before, but it looks like we're going to have one of the big high jumpers, Nick Boyich. He's going to slot straight in. Look at this bunch of great. 223.
223.
And there we go, the official times there. Josh Ralph 1:46.57. Rowe just 1100ths back there, 1:46.68, and Risey 1:47.11. They won't be worried about the times. Ralph confirming his place in the Glasgow team. And obviously Risley will be selected as well. So next up on the track, you can see the girls in the back straight there getting ready for the 1500 metres. And if we thought the men's 800 metres was a good race, this 1500 metres should be a cracker. We've got 4 girls under the Commonwealth Games B qualifier, and 4 into 3 doesn't go. So expect a fast and furious finish here. Benita, who's your tip?
Can't go past Zoe Buckman. She's shown she can race well at these major championships. Top 8 in the world last year. Form athlete, 2:02 last week. So she knows she's fast at the finish.
Guys, we've got the winner of the men's 800 metres down here, and he's nestling in with Clyde on the tartan couch, and Josh Ralph. You are the national champion. It looks like you've done pretty much all you need to do to get that ticket over to Glasgow. Congratulations. How does it feel?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really, really happy. It's been a good season. I've really pushed hard and just worked hard with my coach and achieved the incremental goals we wanted to, and here I'm going to Glasgow, so I'm really happy.
And 3 wins from 3 on this track too, mate. You must want to cut a bit up of it and take it home with you.
Yeah, I used to actually hate this track because of the weather, but it seems I've seen it run well here, whether rain, hail or shine, so yeah, it's really good. It's going to be more often.
Ralphie, what were you thinking when James Gurr just threw down the gauntlet there and just really went out early?
Yeah, well, I could see his shadow down the home straight in the first lap, and I was like, oh, who is it going to go? And he just went, and I was like, all right, well, it's been a slow first lap anyway, so it didn't bother me too much, and I was pretty confident I'd see him again at 600, and that's what happened, yeah.
Mate, you're getting very used to this, hanging out on the tartan couch with Clyde.
Yeah, it's been good with you boys. Yeah, and Clyde, I'm happy he's enjoying it as much as I am.
Well, there you go, Josh Ralph. He is our champion, 800 metres in one of the most memorable races I've seen in my life, and what will be one of the standout events here at the National Champs. Well done once again, mate. Enjoy it, and we look forward to seeing you again soon on the road to Glasgow.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, see you guys later.
Send it back upstairs to get ready for this women's 1500 metres, guys.
Thanks, fellas.
All right, yeah, so this 1500 metres, the battle in 4 between McKnight, Duncan, Buckman and Delaney. So you fancy Zoe Buckman, Benita?
Yeah, fancy Zoe for the win. Definitely any of those 4 girls could get out for the win, but I think Zoe's got the confidence and the pace over the last 400 to do it today. I mean, Bridie Delaney's been showing great improvement, and she's going to be one there. She'll sit in probably most of the race, but she's going to be right up there, and certainly Kaylee McKnight and also Melissa Duncan. I mean, they're the 4 to watch, but I'm going Zoe for the win.
Yeah, look, I think Melissa Duncan doesn't have the speed of Buckman and McKnight, but she won in the Hobart meet, the Briggs Classic, and also back in Zatopek last year. So I think tactically she is obviously well credentialed, and I fancy her to upset one of McKnight or Buckman, but I think Buckman for me as well.
Yeah, these races are often not fast, but just depends on who goes out hard. If someone goes out hard and makes it, say, a 4:09, 4:10 race, it could be a different result to, say, if it was a 4:15 race. So it's very interesting, these races, and I love watching the tactical aspects of the 8s and the 15s for sure.
Yeah, and I think Buckman learned a lot at the World Championships last year. Even during the rounds, it looks like she was learning each time. She said she made a couple of mistakes being boxed in, and she was caught on the rail a lot. And I think tactically, if she has any worries, it's usually that she makes some maybe bad decisions sometimes. So here we go. Okay, so we've got Buckman, McKnight, Delaney and Duncan. They're the ones to watch here. They've all got Commonwealth Games B qualifiers, and first across the line will seal their place in the team.
Yeah, they're heavily bunched now right from the start, so often shows that no one really wants to lead. They all back in themselves in the last 800, but you just never know, and sometimes there's some moves that are fairly unexpected after a lap, and it just depends on what they've talked to their coaches about and what they decide to do. But it looks a bit of a headwind in the straight, so they probably know they're not going to run really fast. It's just they just got to run tactically their best to do their best and come in the top two if you've got a B, and the ones that don't have a B aren't gonna get one.
That's right. So 3 laps to go, and Duncan is leading the field through. McKnight is on her shoulder, and Buckman, I guess, back there in third place. Blundell on the inside, and Delaney is back in about 5th or 6th. Still very blustery conditions out there, so yeah, perhaps it does pay to be tucked in the pack a little bit and shield from the wind.
Yeah, and both Kayla McKnight and Zoe Buckman were in the London Olympics, so you know that they've been to some big races. But I mean, I think certainly Bridie Delaney, she's on the up, and also Melissa Duncan could upset one of those girls for the second spot. So we just got to see how these last couple of laps play out. But Zoe and Kayla have had a lot of experience in these tactical type races, so that should shine through today. But you just never know with these races.
Just a quick one, guys. Rose Davies in this field. She is, I think, 15 years old. She's from Newcastle, and she is in her first National Open final. She's just up towards the back at the moment, but that's some impressive work to get into her first senior final.
Yeah, great work from the youngster there, and she's got some great role models to aspire to out in front. So McKnight, the London Olympian, is just on the shoulder there of Duncan, the Victorian who's led this race throughout. Buckman looking very relaxed there in third place, and Delaney has been running quite wide the whole way.
Yeah, I quite like how Bridie Delaney races these 1500s. She's not real worried that she's not right in the front, but she's always there, and that shows a lot of confidence from someone, you know, that's just coming through and has just run her first B qualifier. So I'd like to see her come through in this last lap, but she's shown that she's got the maturity to make a team like the Commonwealth Games team.
Yeah, Buckman just tripping up there, but she stays on her feet, running into a bit of trouble there with Gregson and Delaney. So here we go, 1 lap to go. McKnight takes the lead. Buckman on her shoulder, and Duncan fading a little bit there, still a little bit messy. Blundell tripping there with Gregson.
They're still jogging as well. I mean, that's why there's so many pushes and shoves, but I think they get going now, but it's been a pretty scrappy race up until now.
So here we go. First across the line will cement their place in the team for Glasgow. Buckman makes a move down the straight, but McKnight holding her off. So it's Buckman slightly ahead of McKnight, Blundell and Gregson in second and third, but fading.
It's going to be a good last 150. Zoe ran 2:02 last week in Brisbane, so she's got the speed, but Kayla's still coming, and just see how this last 100 goes. And Zoe's leading into the straight.
Yeah, Buckman looking fantastic. Got about a 2 metre lead there over McKnight trying to come through, and Blundell, the surprise, in third place, and Gregson trying to move. They both go past McKnight. That's a big surprise. And Buckman looking fantastic there as she crosses the line in first. Gregson will be in second and Blundell in third. So there's no surprises. Buckman sealing her place in the team for Glasgow, but Blundell and Gregson across the line in second or third there. We wouldn't have predicted that one.
No, definitely not. I mean, Zoe out the front, we predicted that, and sometimes when someone picks you to win, it's often hard to win, and it's hard to win if you're the favourite. So to me, that just shows Zoe's run was even better than what it was. So congratulations to Zoe. I'm thrilled for Zoe, and definitely for all these other girls. Second place there was Blundell straight through there. I mean, she came through in the last 50.
Yeah, so Blundell and Gregson, Blundell was third or fourth, I think, in the Melbourne World Challenge. And we hadn't seen much of Gregson at the pointy end of the field this season. So Heidi Gregson, she was 6th or 7th all the way back there in the Melbourne World Challenge. So she's definitely excelled.
So see Gregson's second, Blundell third, and I know Gregson ran in the Penn Relays last year. And I was over at those meets over in the States, so it's great for her to come through to second.
Well, two exciting races there to kick off the evening's event. The men's 800 metres taken out by Ralph, and now Zoe Buckman off to Glasgow for the Commonwealth Games. So the next event on the track is going to be the men's 5,000 metre final. And we've got Collis Birmingham up against Ben St Lawrence. St Lawrence has got himself a qualifier for the Commonwealth Games. And Birmingham would like to join him. I'm not sure what his plans are for the Commonwealth Games, if he'll do the double.
No, I know that both those guys are in the 10K, but I'm not sure. Well, they've both run qualifiers in the 10K, I believe. I'm not sure what they're going to do at the Commonwealth Games, but these guys are good enough at both events, so I'm sure they'll just wait until this race is over, and then they go to Europe in about a week or two and run some races in America first. I'll go to Laguna Mountain and train at altitude over there. It's in California, and run a few races over in the States, and then go back over to Europe and run a few lead-up meets before the end of our selection for Commonwealth Games. The window closes, so as long as they come place very, very highly first and second today, then they've got that chase at times.
Yep.
And we just saw there the women's medal presentation for the women's wheelchair 1,500 metres, and Maddie De Rosario taking that one out. But joining me down here is another gold medalist. This is Rich Coleman from Geelong. Congratulations, Rich. Great win.
Thank you very much.
How did it feel today to post that win? You've been having a strong season, and we heard from Kurt Fernley earlier. He said you're on fire.
Oh, I don't know about on fire yet. I'm on the right track and had a good season, and I'm definitely going in the right direction. Today it was very tough out there with the wind into the straight, and it was good going down the back straight, but not so much into the wind.
Yeah, like all the other runners, the wind is the enemy.
Yeah, so Richie, you got another scalp there of Kurt. I know you're going to play it down, but it must be bloody feeling great to take down one of the true legends of the sport.
Yeah, it's really good to have a win today, and all the boys are pushing really well, and it's not just Kurt, it's all the boys pushing really well, and he's a great athlete, and he'll be back, and he's building up for Comm Games, and you never put it past him. He'll be there on Comm Games Day.
What about yourself? You're confident you'll be going gold at Glasgow?
Anything can happen. I'm there to push well and be in good shape, and that's where I'm going. I'm doing London Marathon next weekend, so heading to London on Tuesday, so that's the next race, and it's all full steam ahead till Glasgow.
I guess there's one thing we just have to make mention here, mate. You've got Clyde there, but he has to stay. He's not going with you.
I know, it's all for you boys.
So there we have Richie Coleman, the national champion of the wheelchair 1,500 metres.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, gentlemen. We've just seen the Australian record holder Kim Mickle in the javelin there, 61.14 I think that was. So in round one, fresh off her new Australian record of 66.83 at the Melbourne World Challenge. And down here, the medal ceremony for the women's pole vault, Liz Parnov taking the win there with 4.20. and a compatriot from Western Australia, Philippe, with the same height, but losing on a countback and grabbing the silver medal, and Jamie Scroop from South Australia, 410. So Parnoff with a B qualifier seals her place in the team for Glasgow. And of course Boyd, she's got some A qualifiers earlier in the season, so she'll be selected as well. All right, so that's Ma in the javelin. I don't think we're too far away from the boys. Ready to interview, hopefully, Buckman on the tartan couch.
Brilliant run by Zoe, and I hope they get an interview soon over there on the tartan couch with Zoe. Oh, there she is.
Thank you very much, Benita. Yes, we've got Zoe Buckman down here, and she's holding on to Clyde, and that can only mean one thing. She's taken out the women's 1,500 metres, and she looks to have booked her flight to Glasgow. Zoe, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. I'm really glad to have secured my spot in the team. It's always a bit of a pressure mount up leading up to the trials, but I'm getting better every year just with that experience. I thought to myself coming in, if I can do it at Worlds, I can do it here.
And tell us a little bit about your season. You've been a bit frustrated, I gather, you know, not getting the wins that you would have liked, but you've saved it up, and you looked so good there coming through. You looked like you could do another race. You were fresh at the finish.
Yeah, I think I was running a bit wide, but that's just the way the race was, and I think when it's slow you can afford that. I was a bit frustrated at the beginning of the season, and one thing I've really learned is perception and perseverance. Patience, the 3 Ps.
Is it true that the fact you hadn't been on the tartan couch and you hadn't had a cuddle with Clyde, that's what drove you on?
It's my first win all season, so it's a good place to start and finally get going now.
Well, Zoe, I've actually heard there's 4 Ps, and the 4th one you may not know is the purple, and that's the purple of Clyde's hair. So it's good luck to give Clyde a little tussle through the hair there, so well done. Tell me, have you been to Glasgow before?
No, they're called Glaswegians.
There you go. Well, you've got a good Scottish accent. Very good.
Now, we could leave you here all day, we could talk all day, but fortunately for you, you've got to go grab yourself a championship medal. Zoe Buckman, the women's 1,500 metre champion.
Thanks for having me.
All right, thanks, gentlemen, and here we go, the final of the men's 5,000 metres, and the more fancied competitors here, Ben St Lawrence. He's got himself a B qualifier for the Commonwealth Games, and he'll be challenged for this title by Collis Birmingham there in second place. So Birmingham or St Lawrence? Benita?
I'm going Birmingham. I know he's been feeling pretty good lately, and I think he's ready for this. He hasn't raced for a few weeks, I don't think. I think he was in the 1,500 Melbourne Grand Prix a few weeks ago, and I know he's ready for this, and he wants a win today, and Ben's going to be tough to beat, but it looks like Ben's gone out fairly hard, so Collis is just sitting in there and just biding his time.
Actually, that's Paige there in second place. They look very similar, those two. So Paige in second, and we've got Birmingham back there in fifth place. So, yes, he's fresh off the 1,500 metres at World Challenge. He ran a 3:44.45 there. And he also was over in Sopo in Poland for the World Indoor Champs in the 3,000 metres where he ran a personal best. So Birmingham's definitely in shape. And if you look through his sort of personal best list, the last couple of years have been very good to him. 2012, probably his best with personal bests over 5,000 metres and 3,000 metres. So we definitely expect to see Birmingham up there fighting for the win here against St Lawrence.
Yeah, Collis is just sitting there in the pack, running pretty easily. Liam Adams is in there as well, I see. But, yeah, Ben's going to take them through the first K and have led the whole way. So these guys are just sitting in there and just relaxing. There's a slight gap after Collis. But, you know, the first 3K of any 5K, especially a championship race, you don't want to do anything, and you want to run an Indian file. You preferably don't want to lead, but yeah, Ben's so fit that this kind of a pace is actually Ben's coming second now, so he's just running off the back there. So I think they're sharing the lead, which is a good thing to do.
In the javelin there, we've got Little from New South Wales. Unfortunately, Catherine Mitchell in the women's javelin not taking her place at these national championships, which is disappointing. Mitchell's been in very good form with her own 66-metre throw in the Adelaide Track Classic. Let's hope Catherine is okay and she's healthy for this upcoming European season and, of course, getting fit for the Commonwealth Games. Back to the track here, so Page leading through St Lawrence in second in row. Australian turned Austrian in third place at the moment.
So Cameron Page has been leading for a lap now, and maybe these guys have chatted that they're going to take a K each or something like that. Often that's what they do in these races. Then after 3K, it's just all for how well you can go at the end. But you just don't know if you talk about it before the race. You don't know if people are going to do it. So that's always a good thing to do, and it's good that he's gone to the front.
So are they talking about this on the warm-up track, Benita, or just in the call room? How does it all work?
Oh, in the warm-up track, they often the Kenyans are most well known for talking about this, but then there's been major championships where someone else should have taken the lead and they should have gone different guys, and the managers have told them not to. So I think that kind of wrecks the group tactics. But no, it looks like they might have talked about it. I don't know, though. It's going to be interesting to see.
Okay, back down to Robbo.
Here on the tartan couch, and I'm joined by the winners of the women's shot put, and you might be wondering why I've got a couple of ladies on the couch here, and I've got Kim Mulhall from Australia. She's the national champion, and I've got Tarina Keenan from New Zealand. She actually won the competition today. But Kim, congratulations, national champion, and it looked like you've done everything you need to do to get over to Glasgow.
Yeah, except throw the qualifier. So got till June to throw 15.5, so just try and work on that.
Good, well, we'll back you there. And and in New Zealand last week, Tarina, you took on the great Val Adams. How did that go?
That was pretty awesome. She's always a good show and, really good to compete against her.
I saw she was calling it the New Zealand Shot Put Championships, so she certainly is a mite in the sport. So what's next, Kim? More competitions that you can try and get that qualifier?
Yeah, I'll have to try and organise something and try and get that qualifier out before June. So I'll have a little rest and then get back into it.
Very good. Well, there you go. Thanks very much for spending time on the tartan couch. And that's the winners of the women's shot put. Thanks, guys.
All right, so we're back here in the 5K. And who's our man out in front? Is that Brenton Rowe?
Yeah, Brenton Rowe's gone to the front. They've definitely talked about this before the race because 3 different people have been leading now, which is it's good, and they're keeping the pace rolling along. It's not super fast, but they're changing the lead, which is always the best way to run in this. So Brenton Rowe, he's coming around. He would have been leading about 600, coming up to 5.5 laps to go soon. Oh no, 6.5 laps to go soon. So just over 2K to go. It'll be interesting to see how this last 2K goes because they've set it up for a fairly decent pace, but any of those 5 guys can go hard at any time and really break it up.
Yeah, so who's got the best kick here? You'd have to say Birmingham with, I guess, better 1,500 metre speed.
Yeah, definitely. I would say Birmingham's got the best kick, and this time in a 5K, it depends who feels the best, but Collis hasn't led yet. He's looking good. He's sitting back in the pack, and and all these guys look good. So at this kind of pace, it's it'll come down to the last K.
Yes, I've been lucky enough to be present at a couple of Collis Birmingham's personal best. I watched him run his PB at the London Grand Prix in 2012 over 5,000 metres. I was there in Stockholm for his 3,000 metre PB, and when Birmingham's in full flight, it's certainly a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, I love watching Collis when he's running well, and he's been part of Nick Beddoe's training group for years, and I've trained with Collis a lot before Beijing Olympics or prior to 2008. Great guy, but fantastic for the group as well. Very positive and very welcoming of all the new young runners on the scene. So it's good to see a guy like that running so well in the senior ranks and making so many teams consistently over the years. Ben St. Lawrence as well.
Yeah, the boys seem to be pushing the pace a little bit now. So Birmingham now into second, and Rowe dropping back there in fourth place. Liam Adams in the Victorian into third.
Yeah, just a little increase in pace there by Ben St. Lawrence, and you're dropping off guys fairly quickly. So that's what happens at this stage in the race with 2K to go, or just under 2K to go. I think Ben St. Lawrence is like, okay, I'm going to get going here and I'm just going to start pushing the pace. And anyone that's slightly struggling will just fall off quickly. So I think that's what he's thought about. And Collis is right there, running right behind him, and Liam Adams as well. Brenton Rose coming on there in fourth place.
Yeah, so they look to be on about 13:40-45 pace, I'd say. Going through there in about 8:50 at 3,200.
Yeah, it's decent. That's decent pace for a national championship, and I've seen many national championships that have been much slower than that. So they're keeping it rolling along. It's good to see.
Go halfway through the straight there as they go past the medal presentation of the women's 1,500 metres, and Buckman claiming her gold medal there. So 4 laps to go now in this men's 5,000 metres, going through a 9:30. St Lawrence leading from Birmingham. Adams and Rowe look to be dropping off earlier, then caught back up and dropping back, so Rowe seems to be changing pace, perhaps struggling to hang on.
Yeah, Ben St. Lawrence seems to be surging, slowing down a bit, surging, and that's always the way to drop people, and definitely gets rid of anyone that's struggling to hold on to the back of the pack. And I know when I was racing a lot of 5Ks over in Europe, it was always about keeping up near the front, but not making any sudden movements. And if anyone did, it was always hard to maintain contact if I was a bit tired. So I think that's what Ben's trying to do to some of these guys, but they're coming back when Ben's slowing down, but I suspect that Collis and Ben are feeling the best out of this pack.
Right, 3 laps to go through now. 3 laps to go, 10:40 on the clock.
Yeah, Collis seems to be running right on Ben's shoulder there, and I think, yeah, he's probably just biding his time here. He'll have a K to go soon, so he'll probably just sit around and wait until he feels really good, and then when he makes his kick, it'll be to the finish. And I mean, you just never know. Liam Adams is a top runner as well. He's run at a few world championships before, mainly in cross country, but he's certainly there. And if you're there with 2 laps to go, 1 lap to go, you're in with a shot. So it just depends on who can get through that last lap the fastest. And I suspect Collis has got the speed.
All right, so they're coming now with 2 laps to go. So St Lawrence just leading Birmingham there. Now Rowe making a move on the outside. So with 2 laps to go, Rowe takes up the pace and goes in front of St Lawrence. Birmingham still happy enough to sit back there on St Lawrence's shoulder. And Birmingham looking to claim his second national title over 5,000 metres. And down the back straight, here goes Collis Birmingham.
So Collis made a very decisive move there with just over 2 laps to go. And that's what I thought he might do. And he's gone to the finish now. He won't wait around to see if Ben's going to catch up. He's made this move to try to win the race. And Ben's trying to go with him, but he's probably got at least 10, 15 metres. So it was a very big move by Collis. And that's often what you see people like Collis do in these kind of races.
Oh, yeah, Birmingham looking fantastic, showing a clean pair of heels to St Lawrence. He's moving away. The lead's now about 15 metres, a further 10 metres back to Rowe. So 1 lap to go, going through in 12:47. So Collis Birmingham heading for his second national title over 5,000 metres.
Yeah, I like to see the split on that last lap by Collis. It was it looked fast, and it looks like he's increased pace in this last 100, first 100 of the last 400. In the last lap here, he's lapping runners, and I reckon he's trying to lap 5 more runners in front of him before he finishes.
Yeah, he's certainly in as good a shape as he's ever been. Birmingham, as he's just about to enter the straight.
Oh, this is fantastic to see. I love seeing Collis running like this, and it's going to be a brilliant national title when he crosses the line here to win this race. Great work by Ben too. Ben's looking great. Great finish. Collis is just too good.
Yeah, dominating performance there from Collis Birmingham to take his second national title over 5,000 metres. And Lawrence across the line there in second, and Brenton Rowe, he's going to grab third place there.
I love that move by Collis, and we were waiting for it. We just weren't sure when it was going to happen, but brilliant running by Collis, and I'm really proud of him and happy for him making this team in such a decisive manner, and seeing Ben St. Lawrence as well ran really well.
Yeah, so now just looking at the time, he's outside the B qualifier, so he's run 13:44. The B qualifier is 13:35, so obviously to take his place in the 5,000 metre event, he's going to have to do a qualifier before the Games, but maybe it's not on his plans. Maybe he's looking at the 10,000 metres. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, I definitely think they'd be running some 5Ks over in Europe or over in America. So, yeah, we'll just wait and see what they've got on their plan. But they always, whatever they're running the best at, that's what they'll want to really focus on.
Yeah, so a couple of 5,000 metre titles to join his 2 10,000 metre titles. And we're not too far away from one of the feature events of the entire program here, the women's 100 metre final, Breen versus Pearson, the national record holder versus the Olympic champion over the 100 metre hurdles. Breen obviously taking the national title off Melinda Gainsford-Taylor at the ACT Champs earlier in the year. But that's her one and only victory over Pearson. So I'm sure Pearson will love to win another national title here. So definitely Pearson and Breen, the form athletes here. Whistle from P&G and Whittaker, probably the next best. And we'll watch the minor place getters as they fight for place in the 4x100 metre relay squad for the Commonwealth Games.
And Paddy, we've just down here on the tartan couch. He's only just finished 12 and a half laps of the track. He said he might not be able to get back up, but we've got the new national champion of the men's 5,000 metres, Collis Birmingham. And Collis, congratulations.
Thank you. First, I'd just like to say I've been stitched up. I'm definitely taller than you two blokes. I can see myself on the TV screen. There's a good foot there.
Yeah, we've got a little blowout there from earlier on in the day, but yeah, it makes us feel good.
For anyone that's been following the Australian Athletics Tour live stream, we've been trying to get this bloke on the tartan couch all summer, and we've finally got him here. And mate, you're in some ominous form. You've come off World Indoor Champs, top 10 finish there, on fire, and it's great to see you tearing up the tracks back here in Australia as well.
Yeah, thanks. I've been going pretty good. I thought I'd save the tartan couch until I won a race and deserved to be on it. All the talk about it, I thought I'd better wait until I put out a good performance. But things are going well. Happy with the win and happy to be going to.
You're out in front there for the back end of the race there. I guess that makes it tough when you're in that position.
Not as tough as the guys that led the first half. I mean, that's kind of championship racing where it's all about leading the last part of the race and leading across the line. So I just sat in there, it's a windy day, and just thought I'd say there was a pre-race plan to go when I did, and it worked out well.
What about have you had a chance to get home to Ballarat, mate? Work on the project?
Trying to make myself a bit tall. There we go.
I can do this if you like.
Yeah. I've been in Ballarat all summer, apart from my trip up the Falls and trip away to Poland. Running in Ballarat, it's good fun. I'm enjoying being back home, and we've got a good group down there. People come and go. That's kind of the basis behind it. It's more just a place for all distance runners to come and meet. You don't have to move there, you don't have to live there. It's just good training. It's kind of like Falls Creek, but we're trying to make it happen a bit more.
And how's the lake looking, mate? I've seen it there dry before. Someone told me it's a great lake and it was dry.
Yeah, well, there was a fire in the middle of the lake once. But it's well and truly full now. It looks brilliant.
Well, Clyde is one of your biggest fans, and it's great that you've had the opportunity to meet him. Clyde's the official mascot of the 2014 Commonwealth Games, so you'll be seeing a bit of him when you get over there. But, mate, thanks for spending time finally on the Titan couch. It won't be your last, and well done, and we'll see you on the road to Glasgow.
You guys are heading over?
That's the plan, mate.
Okay.
That's the plan.
Well, you need some support, dude. You're trying to get some followers.
That's right.
Hopefully everyone gets behind you.
Thanks, mate. Collis Birmingham legend.
Collis Birmingham.
Tell Collis Clyde wants to go to Ballarat for a look at the project.
Just a quick one from Benita Willis. Clyde wants to go to Ballarat to join the project. Is Clyde allowed in the Ballarat project?
I'm a bit worried about his hands being stuck to his feet. I'm not sure how run, but we'll see.
Thanks, mate. I'm going to send it up to Paddy Bergen. Call this great 100 metres final for women.
All right, thanks, Robbo. Yes, it's we're in for a great race here. Breen and Pearson battling, and now Pearson looking for her 6th national title over 100 metres, I believe. So the fastest time this season is obviously Melissa Breen with that 11.11 national record. And Pearson, let me tell you, was not happy about that, and has gone on to record 3 successive victories over Breen, with a margin of about 0.1 each time. So Pearson's definitely in as good shape as she's ever been. The conditions not so conducive tonight for sprinting, so it's all about the win. But we'll see how close Breen can get to Pearson. So Breen there in lane 4, Whistle in lane 5, Whittaker, the young Victorian, in lane 6, and Pearson in 7. So definitely the action in the middle of the field, and Pearson and Breen will battle this out. I'd say Whistle for 3rd, and Whittaker and Cutmore will battle it out for the minor placings. Pearson's got your armbands on, Benita.
Yeah, she had to get some new ones out because Clive's got the other ones.
All right, they're away, and fastest, of course, is Toya Whistle, actually, besting Pearson out of the block, so it's Whistle in front, but here comes Pearson in second, Breen taking over from Whistle, but it's all Pearson out in front, 11.72, not a very quick time. Breen across the line there in second, and the fast-starting Toya Whistle from PNG fading towards the end there.
And a minus 4.1 headwind, that's brutal.
That explains the slow winning time.
Goodness.
Absolute shocker. It's 11.72 confirmed there for Sally Pearson winning her 6th 100-metre title there. But Toya Whistle, the Papua New Guinea athlete, out fast. She was 4th in the Commonwealth Games last time, and so she obviously likes Commonwealth Games years. Faded towards the end there, but Pearson looked very good. Ashley Whittaker getting a bit closer to Breen than I expected. And she just pipped Whistle there for 3rd place on the line. So Pearson 11.70, Breen on 11.90, Whittaker 95, and Whistle 96.
Paddy Bergen will look to catch up with Sally Pearson and her arm sleeves very shortly, but we've got the rock star of the high jump, the self-proclaimed world's biggest man, Nick Boych. He's taken out the national champs with a 2.23, and congratulations, mate. How'd it go?
Thanks, fellas. Yeah, it was good. I was quite happy with my early jumps, and then hit a bit of a patch at 2.20 and really had to pull out a 3rd attempt. And then once I knew that was done, I was quite relaxed and really enjoyed my 2.23 and the rest of them. So,
excellent, mate. Great competition, and we look forward to seeing just how you get yourself ready now for the Comm Games. You look like you've done enough to book that spot.
Yeah, I have, but there's still 2 other guys out there that I think deserve to go. So it's all about working hard now, and hopefully one of us can grab that A before June, and we can have 3 jumpers in Glasgow.
So everyone talks about you being, Robbo's been saying the biggest man in athletics, but they say the tallest man. I think there's actually probably some people who could claim to be bigger than you. But tallest, mate, where did this come from?
It came from World Uni Games when we were sitting in our room, and we were just flicking through it, and then someone goes, "Oh boy, I reckon you're the world's biggest athlete." Matt Lynch, for the record. And ever since then, apparently I've self-proclaimed, but it's a good little stat to have at 6'9". I don't know if there's many people close to me, so it's all a bit of fun, and it gets the crowd going, so I'm happy.
And where to from here, mate?
I'll head back now, and I've got a fair bit of uni to finish. Some important uni aspects, and then once that's done, we'll focus on the important stuff and get plenty of training in, and hopefully get a few more jumps before we go to Glasgow. So.
That actually interests me. I just want to know, what are you doing at uni?
I'm doing PE teaching.
Right,
so
okay, yeah.
I'm a teacher, yeah. In my final year now, so I've had full-time prac, and that's almost done, so...
And do all your students just do high jump all day?
Oh, yeah. We follow no curriculum, nothing. We just do high jump.
Very good. Well, there you go, folks. That's Nick Boyk. He has taken out the Australian Championships for 2014. He's got Clyde in his hand, and it looks like he's probably heading to Glasgow. And look at that. Performance-enhancing headband on top. That's what got him there, and that's what can get you there if you want to perform to the best of your ability. Thanks, Big Nick.
Cool, thanks, boys.
All right, very good. Well, the next event on the track is going to be the men's 100 metres, and looks to be a battle between Tabakaukaro, the Fijian the Fijian junior record holder, but now a senior athlete, and a bit of an international flavour here. Joseph Miller from New Zealand going well, and Tim Leithart. So I'd say probably Tabakaukaro and Tim Leithart. And watching tonight is the Australian record holder Patrick Johnson. And Benita, you know Patrick quite well.
Yeah, I know Patrick quite well. I just saw him before and had a bit of a chat, but haven't seen him for a few years. But I know he's here working with ABC, so it's good to see him again. And I've been in teams with him since 2000, so yeah, he's a great guy to have around, and always just nice and relaxed. And I think coming from Mackay and being one of those kind of people, he's always one person I've related to, even though he's a sprinter. Sometimes distance runners stick together, but I've always related to him quite well.
Yeah, saw a great shot of him on Twitter earlier this week with Melissa Breen, the new national record holder, and hadn't seen a picture of the two of them together. So that was good to see, and good to see Patrick. He's commentating, I think, for ABC Radio this evening. So good to see Patrick still involved in athletics in Australia.
Yeah, I think he's quite heavily involved in athletics in Australia, and he's all about, people enjoying it and getting out there and doing your best, and he never kind of worries too much about the end result, and just does the process, and then the races take care of themselves. So I've always admired that about him and had so much respect for Pat and what he's done in the sport.
Yeah, and his national record's going on 11 years old now. So 2003, he ran that in Japan. And it doesn't look like anyone soon is going to get near a sub-10 time. It's been quite some time since we've had anyone around in the teens even.
Yeah, certainly. It's been a long time since we've had a lot of guys in the 100 running very fast times, and around the early 2000s we had so many running well, and I think that helps them all get really good performances. So hopefully our guys can come through starting at Comm Games and then coming through into Rio Olympics with more depth in the 100.
Yeah, Getty's the youngster, look to be the one who's coming through, but unfortunately we haven't heard why, but it was a scratching from the semi-finals of the 100 metres. Not sure if he's concentrating on the 2 or whether there's problems with him, so we'll see if we can find out what's happened there. As we go to the medal ceremony, and Collis Birmingham claiming that gold medal there, taking out that 5,000 metres. Oh, here we go. The national record holder of the women's 100 metres, I'm proud to introduce, Melissa Breen.
Thank you very much, Paddy Bergen. Yes, Mel Breen, that looked tough.
Tough, I think, would be an understatement, to be honest. Minus 4.1 is absolutely ridiculous. You turn that around and we would have seen some really fast times in Melbourne today.
Did it feel like someone put a brick wall up at about the 30-metre mark?
Yeah, as soon as you got out of dry phase, it hit you like a brick wall. So Sal and I were just saying before, we should have just drove the whole way. We would have run faster.
There's been heaps of hype about the whole Sally versus Mel battle all throughout the summer. It's been great fun to watch it all, and I don't think it's finished just yet.
Definitely not. It's just started, and it's been awesome to obviously have us both competing this season. We were injured last season, and hopefully it's given the crowd a bit of a thrill, and it's great to have that competitive edge back in the event.
Yeah, well, it certainly has done that.
What about your training? We know you're great at the deadlifts and everything. Where are you up to, and what are your ambitions?
At the moment, it's just about, obviously, we're staying injury-free. That was the main priority after breaking the record. So training did back off a little bit. It was just about being really smart. So my goal is to do a power clean over 100 kilos. But I know that doesn't necessarily mean I run fast, but it sounds pretty impressive.
Well, I think Robbo's about 100 kilos, so we could probably try something.
I want to see you power clean the tartan couch. Do you reckon you could do that?
Now we're talking.
Yeah, okay, somehow we could do that.
Now, you got a bit of bling there. I noticed, I think it was on Instagram, possibly here, this Olympic ring there. Where'd you get that from?
I actually got it made in Canberra jeweller. So it's almost like a knuckle duster.
Yeah.
So my brother always said if I punched someone out, it would be in there.
I think you could brand someone with that. You get it in a stoking hot fire, and yeah, it'd be pretty good.
Yeah.
Mel, 200s, you're lining up tomorrow?
I will be lining up tomorrow for the 200s, yes.
And hopefully the wind does something a bit nicer for you then.
Hopefully, the heats are at midday-ish, so based on today, it was pretty nice then, so fingers crossed.
Awesome. Well done again. Thanks for everything that you've provided for us over the summer, and we look forward to following you on the road to Glasgow.
No worries. Thank you.
Let's introduce the men's 100. It's up to you, Paddy Bergen.
All right, here we go. So that's
Thanks,
Tim Leithart there on the screen. He's probably, along with Tabakaukaro, the Fijian, the favoured athletes in here, but Joseph Miller, the New Zealander, will keep them honest. He's the New Zealand champ. But, you know, given this headwind, I guess it could be anyone's race. What do you think, Benita? Who's your tip? The Fijian, the New Zealander, or an Australian?
Fijian's looking good, but I don't like to tip against the Aussies, so yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Tabakaukaro is a big, strong boy, and maybe that maybe gives him the edge into these strong headwinds.
Yeah, I think the headwinds are a bit like some of these distance races. When they're a bit more tactical, they're harder to predict, and I think the headwind in the 100 is something that might change the results a little bit.
Yeah. Look, the surprise for me from those semi-finals was Joel B. He had the third fastest time behind Tabakaukaro and Leithart. So we'll see if Joel can perform to that standard again. He ran a great 10:44 personal best at the Sydney Track Classic when he was crowd-funded to get there. So it'll be interesting to see how Joel goes. It looks like Gamble is not going to take his place there. So the big Queenslander, unfortunately, he was winner at the World Challenge here in Melbourne a couple of weeks ago with a 10:41, and he didn't look at his best in that semi-final, so perhaps he's got some injury worries there, so he's a scratching. And then on the outside here we've got Jake Hammond and Jinsu Jung, both in pretty good shape too, the young men from New South Wales. So the action in the middle of the field, Tabakaukaro in 6, Miller on his inside in 5, Leithart on his outside there in the fluoro orange in lane 7. Right there away, and Tabakaukaro, the Fijian, another great start. The big man in the headwind going well. He's leaving Leithart behind. B travelling well there in second, and Miller coming at him. And Leithart coming late over the top of the Fijian. He might have got there.
Yeah, I think that fluoro singlet might have just kicked in the last metre.
Yeah, fantastic effort. Tabakaukaro got out really well, the big man, and pulled away mid-race from Leithart, and I actually thought Leithart was gone, so he has kept his composure, and over the last 40 metres, looks like he's come over the top, and there it is, the official winning time, 10:56 into a 1.2 headwind for Leithart, claiming victory over the Fijian Tabakaukaro, the big man in second place. And it looks like Joel B and Miller Miller, the New Zealander, in third, and I think Joel Beale will get fourth. Yeah, here comes Leithart over the top and just getting the Fijian there on the line. He's certainly a well-built man, our Fijian visitor. Yeah, it looks like Miller's taken B there for second, so it'll be Leithart claiming his first national title after a runners-up position behind Josh Ross last year. And Beale grabbed the silver medal for the Aussies, and Jin Soo Jung very happy there, the University of Sydney man across the line there in fifth, but claiming the bronze medal amongst Aussies.
Yeah, a lot of relay spots decided with this race, so I think that's a thing that everyone chases, and what I love about these major championships is watching these relays. So that was great. Well done, guys.
And one of the guys, it's been a great run there from Tim Leithart, but one of the guys showing a lot of emotion is Jin Soo Jung, who's picked up a top 5 position. He's being interviewed by David Tarbotton right now, but he's almost got a tear in the eye. He's very emotional, and we've just seen a great meet all through the rounds. He said his PB, and yeah, great story there from Jin Soo Jung. But Tim Leithart, lethal Leithart, coming out with the business when it was needed.
Just having a look here at the women's 400. I've just gone down onto the track there. My sister's a 400 runner, so I quite like this event, and definitely have watched plenty of 400 races over the years. I'm good friends with Tamsin Lewis, who's one of our best 400, 800 runners, so this will be an interesting final.
Yeah, so we've got Sargent up against Ruby, so it looks to be a battle between those two. No qualifiers as yet. Pretty tough qualifying standard, 51.60 yay. And the B's 52.35. Of course, we know that Sargent can get down under those times with a personal best of 52.16. So she's rounding into shape, and Ruby needs a personal best to claim an individual berth at the Commonwealth Games.
Now, Caitlin Sargent was very impressive last week at the Brisbane Track Classic. I saw her win there on her home track, and she just needs to run a little bit faster to get a qualifier, but I'd love to see her win today.
Yes, looking back over the all-time list, I've always been fascinated with the women's 400. Betty Cuthbert with a win at the 1960 Olympics on cinders in leather spikes. She's still in the top 20 Australian all times with a 52.60, if I recall correctly. So, obviously an amazing athlete was Betty Cuthbert to still, in this day with synthetic tracks and, improved training regimes. I just wonder what she would have done in 2014 if she'd been around.
Oh, yeah, it just shows how good they are. We'll just cross to Robbo.
Thank you very much. If I'll just get Mossy to move to his left, that'll be fantastic. And we're joined by the winner of the men's triple jump, Philip Sadowu, and he's just dropped a bombshell. He's going to be competing for Australia at the Commonwealth Games. Is that right?
Yeah, look out for that.
Right. Very good. Hey, mate, how was it today? Conditions okay for jumping?
It was okay. We had a nice tailwind, probably a little bit too gusty. So the guys from Oz didn't quite catch their qualifying jumps that they needed for the Comm Games. But yeah, I had fun out there, and I love competing in Australia.
And how does this differentiate competing out here compared to back home in London, in England?
The weather's always better here. That's for a start, and the crowd are awesome. Like, it's people show out. Yes, the last couple of days weather's been atrocious, but people have still been here, been supporting, and no, I love it.
Very good, mate. Well, we hope you enjoy your stay, and I hope it's an extended stay, and we look forward to seeing it more competitions in future. That's Philip Sadowu, winner of the men's triple jump. Thanks, mate. And I can call in now onto the tartan couch.
No, I'll be back.
False start. That was Tim Leithart. We'll have a chat with him in a sec. But I can tell you guys, it's the 400s. The men's and women's 400 fields. They're out here right behind the tartan couch, and it's going to be the women taking to the track first. And I can see Caitlin Sargent. She's just slapping the calves, getting herself in the zone. And this is going to be one crack of a race. Annalise Ruby just getting the tracksuit pants off as well, making her way onto the track here. And Morgan Mitchell also proceeding to the track. So, guys, what's your thoughts on the 400 here? You going to pick a winner, Paddy?
Yeah, look, I think it's obviously a battle between Caitlin Sargent and Annalise Ruby. I'm a big fan of Annalise Ruby. She was over at the European Training Centre a couple of years ago when I was working there. I'll back Ruby from New South Wales. How about you, Benita?
Oh, being a Queenslander, I'm going Caitlin Sargent. She looked good last week at Brisbane Track Classic, but very tough runner. I think it's going to be very close in the last 100, though.
Yeah, so Sargent has got a personal best of 52.16, so a little bit faster than Ruby. And she was a representative of the World Championships in Moscow last year and the World University Games, where she was sixth. So she got pretty good credentials at that top end. Ruby's made a couple of Australian teams herself, but probably needs to improve by about a half a second to get those individual berths. So looking through the field, Kerr, New South Wales, she's run a personal best this year. Bailey, the New Zealander, has also been in pretty good shape. Jones, her compatriot, Sargent in 4, Mitchell in 5, Ruby in 6. So that's where the action's going to be, 4, 5 and 6. Mitchell, the Victorian's 19 years of age, and she was second at the Brisbane Track Classic a couple of weeks ago. So that's what we'll look out for. Sargent from Queensland, Mitchell and Ruby. All right, so they're away from the inside. You've got Kerr, Bailey, Jones, Sargent there going out quite hard there. The Queenslander, Mitchell on her outside going past her down the back straight. Ruby from New South Wales also travelling well. So Caitlin Sargent's made up the stagger on Mitchell on her outside and is going up on Ruby's shoulder as they hit 200 metres to go. So the Queenslander has laid down the gauntlet here in the first 200 metres, looking quite good. Ruby on the outside trying to go with her. Mitchell trying to hang on. But here we go, into the straight. Sargent, the Queenslander, looking great. Mitchell and Ruby battling it out there for second. And here comes Mitchell, the Victorian. Has Caitlin Sargent spent all her bickies early in? Looks like she has. Here comes Mitchell, the Victorian, and Ruby on the outside. Looks like Mitchell's going to get up. A fabulous run there by Morgan Mitchell. Big upset to take her first national title. Ruby across the line there in second place, and Caitlin Sargent faded badly there in the final 100 for third place. That was a big surprise, Benita.
Yeah, 19-year-old Mitchell, she's been improving every race, but Caitlin Sargent made up the stagger on her in the first 100. So Mitchell just timed that race amazingly well for a 19-year-old, and to win the Commonwealth Games selection trial is just fantastic.
And Benita, that is a B qualifier, so with the win there, that is party time for Morgan Mitchell.
Yeah.
Mitchell
she should have Clive for a party tonight.
Yeah.
Let's go. God.
What a run.
And Ruby's got herself a big qualifier there with 52.35 right on the money.
Wow. What a race there.
Ruby's pumped as well. I can see her there.
Well done.
Well, that's got to be the biggest upset of the championship so far. Morgan Mitchell, the Victorian, with the Commonwealth Games qualifier.
What a way to do it, Paddy. Take the win, take the qualifier. That's business done.
Yeah, very, very impressive. It looks like Jones from New Zealand's taken Sargent there on the line as well. So
no.
Yeah, that's peaking at its best when you can win and get the qualifier in the trial. And
Morgan,
B19.
Morgan Mitchell's just embracing her family down here, as we can see, and there's high emotions, and isn't it great to see? This is fantastic.
Oh, we love seeing emotion, and that's what it's all about, and doing something that people don't expect as well. And I mean, she just ran so well. It was great to watch, and Ruby as well. I was talking to her boyfriend a couple of days ago, and yeah, he knew she was improving, but fantastic.
And we've got a special guest down here on the tartan couch. It's all action stations, and yes, a special guest is Clyde, and there's another special guest as well, and that's Sally Pearson. They've got matching arm sleeves. Sal, congratulations.
Thank you. It's really nice to be Australian champion again. I haven't had it for 2 years, so really excited. I'm stoked to be here with Clyde,
yes,
my twin.
That's right. Look at that.
We look alike, don't we?
If you just get this hair purple, maybe the purple rinse.
Next season, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you had to do it the hard way, hey, into a pretty stiff breeze.
That was horrible. That was so mean. And I think it's been like 7 years since I've run into a win like that. Yep. But got it done, got the job done. That's what we're here to do.
Well done. That's, LaShawn Merritt says you got the W.
The what?
W.
Oh, what's that?
American.
Oh, okay.
For a win. W for a win.
Right, Sal Pearson's from
That's why I'm
Queensland.
blonde.
She's actually from New South Wales, but
I'm
lives in
actually
Queensland.
born in New South Wales, so
Hey,
sorry guys.
tell us about the arm guards. You've Clyde's got someone there as well. Quick chick.
Well, they're arm guards. No, they're arm sleeves. They're just a bit of a fashion accessory, I guess you can call it. Just changing it up a bit, getting the quick chick brand out there. It's like I want to do, because I'm quick chick.
That's right. That's what I've heard. Now, Sally Pearson, have you been to Glasgow before?
I have not. No, I haven't. But it'll probably be like this. Well, it won't be hot, but it'll be windy.
They had a day like this, I think, 23 years ago.
Okay, well, maybe we'll be lucky again and get it again.
And what about Clyde? His performance over the meet so far, you've been impressed?
Yeah, he's been fantastic. I want one. How do we get one?
Yeah.
Do I have to win a medal at Commonwealth Games? They might give me one then.
Yep.
All right. You promise me that?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
We know some people over there in the organising committee. We'll hook that up.
Don't you? You want to get over there?
Absolutely.
Yeah, these guys need to be there.
Come on, there you
We
go.
just heard it from Australia's
We need
champion.
some Aussies over there. Come on.
Yeah, exactly
More
right.
of them.
And there's only so many thistles that can go around. So.
That's exactly right.
Well, Sally Pearson, we've got some business happening behind us, the men's 400 metres, so thanks for spending some of your time with us here on the Tartan Couch, and we look forward to following you on the road to Glasgow.
She's one quick chick.
Quick chick.
All right, there we go. The results of the 400 metres confirming that win there for Morgan Mitchell, 52.22. And about 3 or 4 weeks ago, she was the Victorian champion. She would have been absolutely wrapped with that. And here she is now, the Australian champion, and off to Glasgow. So the next event on the track is the men's 400 metres. And we've got a battle of the new 400 metre man, the new gun, Stephen Solomon, Olympic finalist in 2012, who looks to be in fantastic shape, up against the veteran John Steffensen, the 2006 Commonwealth Games champion. And I don't think you can ever write off John Steffensen.
Oh no, Steffensen's a true champ and a true big-time performer at these kind of meets, and we can't write him off. We can't discount Steffensen from the win today. I mean, Solomon looks so strong though in the other rounds. So, but Steffensen, he's going to be up there and he's going to be having a crack.
Yeah, look, Solomon looks like he's travelled very well from the US. He had an indoor season where he ran some relays. He ran a 500 metres, and it's rarely contested, the 500 metres indoors, but nevertheless an Australian record. So he's fit, but he's travelled very well, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him dip below 46 seconds tonight. And I'd say Steffensen, he's on times. He's slower than Burns and Beck this season, but I reckon he might worry them out of that second place. We'll see.
He's done he's done 1/800, but a bit more fitness training probably than previous years. So I think Steffensen might have been travelling through the rounds better than some of these guys that are pure speed. But we'll see. He'll be tough in the last 50, Steffensen.
Yep, and we can't forget about Beck. He's the defending champion. He's had a win at the Sydney Track Classic, where he had a big victory actually over Joshua Ralph, Dylan Grant and Craig Burns. The Queenslander Burns is a big tall man, can't be discounted. I like him. He won in Adelaide and it was a pretty dominating performance in Adelaide actually. and that was his close to his personal best. I know it was a personal best at the time, and then he went a little bit faster in Perth with 46.21. So I'd say definitely Solomon probably out on his own, I'd say, here for the win, but I'd say Burns, Beck and Steffensen will be battling out for second place.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think Solomon just looked too good, but yeah, we'll just see how this last 100 pans out.
Yeah, the Sydney Track Classic with Steffensen, that was where he ran his 800 metres, I think, when he ran 150, which for his first 800 metres, I thought it was quite impressive. And particularly because he was fading in that final 200 metres, but he didn't step off the track, he kept going, and I think that's a measure of a classy guy, and certainly Steffensen is that.
Yeah, it shows guts not to do that if you're finishing an 800 and a 400 runner, so...
Yep, so here we go. So Kerman, the junior on the inside, Malkai in 2, Burns in 3, Beck in 4, Solomon in 5, Steffensen in 6, Toki, the New Zealander in 7, and Grant in lane 8. Where the action's going to be in the middle of the field. 3, 4, 5 and 6, Burns, Beck, Solomon and... All right, they're away. So in the middle of the field in the red there, you've got Burns, the Queenslander, on his outside, Beck. Solomon going out hard, going up on the shoulder there of Steffensen in the back straight. So big first 150 metres there from Solomon. He's up on Steffensen, the 2006 Commonwealth Games champion. He's made up the stagger at 200 metres. Burns travelling well with Beck there on the inside. But around the bend, it's still Solomon looking good. Steffensen trying to hang on. Here comes Burns, the big Queenslander in the red. He'll enter the straight, level with Beck in second, but it's all Solomon out in front. Burns in second. Beck challenging there for third, and Steffensen fading. But have a look at Stephen Solomon out in front, about to claim his third national title, 45.38. Oh, huge time. What a fantastic time in these conditions. Swirling winds, headwinds up the home straight, but a dominating performance from Stephen Solomon.
So strong in that finish, and Solomon just he just belts down there like he's Ben Johnson.
Yep, very, very strong performance there. Burns across the line there in second, 46.23. But look at Steve Solomon, 45.36, looking very, very strong.
We just heard from those 100 girls how hard it was running the 100 into this headwind. It's going to be very hard running it into the headwind in the 400. So it was a brilliant performance, I think.
Yeah, classy time there from Solomon. So definitely confirmed that he's travelled very well. So he's off to Glasgow for the Commonwealth Games. And I'd say Burns and Beck getting a spot there in the relay team. Let's have a look at the B qualifiers. And so 45.85 is the B. So Solomon gets the B, not the A, but he'll be automatic with that. And Burns and Beck obviously travel to Europe and try and see if they can get down under 46 seconds. But looks like they'll be there in the relay team.
Yeah, I think we've got some good depth and definitely a mix of some older guys and younger guys. So I'd like to see that relay team over in Glasgow do really well.
Yeah, so we saw Solomon in London join that elite crew of sub-45 second Australians. I think there's only 8 of them. And with that sort of shape this early in the season, I reckon he might be on for a personal best at the Commonwealth Games.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're going to see great things from Solomon. And he's so young, just starting his career. Lives over in the US, going to Stanford Uni, and I know those Americans are going to keep an eye on his result tonight. And it wasn't very hot for these guys either, and headwind down the home straight, so definitely wasn't ideal conditions. But he won so convincingly and ran just so fast as well for this kind of weather.
Yeah, I heard him say during the week, if you want something done, give it to a busy man, and he's definitely a busy man. Stephen Solomon, studying medicine, and world class on the track. But let's go down to the tartan couch with the people's champion, John Steffensen.
I love this guy.
Thank you, Paddy Bergen.
Yeah.
Speaking of guys that have been keeping busy, Johnny Steffensen, mate, great to have you back in the sport, huh?
It's been nice, man. Unfortunately, I couldn't find myself on the podium this year, but the boys showed that they were in good shape, and it should. I think I've got a couple of months to get in better shape for the Comm Games, and I'm sure that they'll go back to the drawing board with their coaches. Steve's got a big NC2A season ahead of him, and I'm sure we can come and put some magic on come Comm Games time.
And relay spots up there for grab as well, and Australia with a rich history, as you know full well, on the world stage in that relay, and you've got to be pretty smacking your lips a little bit with the excitement of what the Aussies can do.
Yeah, look, I don't think I've got too many more years left, so it's nice to be involved with the younger generation coming through, and hopefully I could have left something behind that they could grab and take on with their career and obviously achieve a lot more than what I've achieved. So, and by the way Steve's looking, he's going to be the next best.
Hey, listen, John, last time we spoke, mate, I got to have a rub of the abdominals there. It felt good. But let me rub the hair, my friend. Hey, what's going on there?
There's so much product in this hair, man. At night it snaps. At night it snaps.
Yeah.
You know?
How long did it take you to put the hair like that today?
Today, this morning?
Yeah.
Oh, that's about a 15-minute repertoire.
Yeah.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, besides the moisturising of this fine rig, it's about 15.
Yeah. So, right, serious question. Glasgow Commonwealth Games.
Yeah.
You're looking for a 4x4 spot. How confident are you?
No, I mean, look, in times of this, you'll let you run into the speaking, you know. I mean, you can look as much as you want. If you're not running well, I don't think you deserve to be there. So unless I feel like I'm confident enough to be of a positive influence on the team or on my own individual endeavours, then I think I should be there. If I can't look myself in the mirror and say that I can do that, then I think I'm going to stay at home and watch like everybody else.
So you think you need to improve a little bit?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
You got fourth today, so you're literally in a national championship. You're on the team.
Yeah, I mean, I got my own excuses, and we're not going to talk about them today.
Oh, we got plenty of time.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, I think the true athletic fans would want me to improve, and you know, my own self, my coach, I want to improve. It's very early in the year for us. 400 wasn't on our radar. It was basically, I had 17 months off since my first race, last race, which was London Olympics. As everybody knows, I got suspended. So, you know, it's not easy when you're 31 years of age, taking 17 months off and coming back and trying to hang with these young bucks that are just ready to go, man. I mean, and they showed it today. And Steve put on a masterclass. And all these younger guys, don't look to me. Watch Steve and watch how he's progressing, watch how he's evolving over in America and changing the way he runs and his mental attitude, and we can all learn from that coming up. You know, I mean, I'm past, I'm done. The future is Steve, and these young kids got to watch him and really take note and learn from him.
Johnny Steff, former gold medalist here in Melbourne at the Commonwealth Games. Awesome to have you on the tartan couch once
again. You guys
again.
done a great job.
Yeah, listen.
I really don't like this stuff, but you guys really did a good job. You really did a good job, seriously.
Well, you just had a fairly good chunk of time on it, so of course you like it.
Of course. Any time in front of the camera, John smiles.
Mate, thank you very much.
And you're easily the best.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. All the best. Thank you, man.
Thanks, guys. Yes, a smiling John Steffensen, very classy athlete there. So here we go, the final event of the evening's program, the 110-metre hurdles final for men. And the action is going to be in the middle of the field here. Nick Hough, the World Junior Silver medalist in this event, and he moved to fourth fastest all time with 13.65 at the Sydney meet. Justin Molino performed very well in the semi-finals. We haven't seen him much this season, but 14.17 going quite well. Furukawa, the visitor from Japan, has got a personal best of 13.65. So it looks like I'd say be between Hough and Furukawa here to battle this out. And Conway and Burstow, the best of the next Australians.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the wind's doing, but it's fairly cool and it's probably a headwind here, so it's pretty tough conditions for these guys. Yeah,
and a big shout out to Sam Baines. Unfortunately, a bit of a niggle in his hamstring, so he can't take his place in these championships, and he'd been in great shape this year with 13.69 personal best. And those 13.60s were the fastest, or the first time in the 13.60s for 5 years for Australians. So Hough and Baines on the up. With Commonwealth Games B qualifiers. 13.50 is the A, so could be a bit tough. 13.90 won the B. So outside chance for Conway, Burstow or Molino for those times later this year, but perhaps not tonight in these conditions. So Hough and Furukawa, I'd say. Hough is World Junior silver medalist in this event. Probably easily the fastest in the field over 100 and 200. All right, Furukawa, the Japanese, getting the best of the starts there. Hough trying to go with him. Molino, pretty good start. Into the middle of the field. Hough surging, moving away from Furukawa on the inside. Conway going well, so it's Hough out in front over the last hurdle. He'll take victory. Very tight there for second place. Oh, Conway, Burstow, Molino, Furukawa, a four-way clash there for the second place, but there's no denying Nick Hough there out in front. He's confirmed his place in the team for Glasgow. He's got about 5 or 6 B qualifiers. 14.12 the time, a little bit slower tonight into that 2.9 metres per second headwind. So tough condition for these hurdlers, but a dominating performance there from Nick Hough. Surging away at the end there. Conway, nice run there towards the end. But we'll have to wait for the judge's decision there.
So down at the finish line, we've got a few guys here that know how to run 100 metres. And boys, congratulations. We've got Tim Leithart, Joel B and Jim Soo-jung. And well done, lads.
Thank you very much.
Lethal, you took the win there, mate. You're pretty pumped with that. Only by a fraction from the Fijian.
Yeah, I learnt to dip momentarily when I saw him in front of me, but yeah, just got him on the line, so I'm stoked. Gold.
Well done, mate. Congratulations.
I'll just jump over the back of you, Joel B. You having a good season, mate?
Yeah, it's good, man. Transition down from 4 to 1s is working quite nicely, and the training with the boss is helping a lot too, so happy with where I'm at the moment.
And what about this fella here? I could see the emotion welling up in your eyes as you come across. It's been a huge couple of days for you with the PB and then top 5 finish there in the final of the Nationals. Has it sunk in?
No, not yet. I was injured for all November and December, so I wasn't expected to be here in the first place, like racing. To end up in the podium is just unreal.
And it was a bit of a crisis earlier in the week when you'd forgotten your headband. You've now ended up with a couple at the end of the meet, and that's obviously what spurred you onto these great performances.
Oh, that's certainly right. The headband is a source of power, honestly. Young kids out there, get amongst it.
What about the fluoro? A bit of fluoro out the back here, and Tim Leithart as well.
Fluoro is just where it's at these days because, 100-metre runners, they don't get enough attention, so we figure we wear a bit more just so people can take notice.
It's very 80s, actually. We're going back, and so it actually matches my Soleus watch.
I can actually tell you, Pat Bergen, calling the races upstairs, said he's got a lot of these outfits in his wardrobe from the 90s, and so it's great to see these high-vis colours coming back in.
We love it.
It's handy when you're on a work site as well. You need to run away. Boys, thanks very much for spending time on the tartan couch. It's been a pleasure. Well done on a great Nationals, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you, boys.
Cheers.
National champion.
Oh, here.
All right, so that wraps up the evening's events. Everything's all done. We'd like to get some results from the women's javelin, see how Kim Mickle ended up, but some great competition there to round out tonight. Those 400 metres were great. Benita, what was your highlight?
I'm thinking women's 1500 with Zoe Buckman, and the 400 as well, women's 400. I mean, that was a brilliant race, and to see those girls, and Mitchell just ran up. Well, it was good. It was probably women's 1500, women's 400.
Yeah, I'd say for me, the women's 400, that was the biggest surprise of the champs, and that's what I love about these meets where you got to qualify for the Commonwealth Games, and youngsters surprised, they're on the up, and taking it to their more seasoned rivals. So yeah, Morgan in that 400 for me was the run of the night.
Yes, and Paddy Bergen, we're hoping to catch up with Morgan Mitchell for a catch-up on the tartan couch. We've got a backlog of guests. We're going to try and get a chat with. They've just been getting their medals, and Kim Mickle is hopefully going to come back as well. Steve Solomon, it'll be great to hear his thoughts on his return to Australian racing. So stick around, folks. We've got a good 15-20 minutes of wrap-up and interviews from what has been a tremendous day 3 here at Lakeside Stadium, Melbourne, for the 92nd Australian Athletics Championships and Comm Games trials. And I can tell you what, we're very close to putting a lot of these athletes on the plane, and it's very exciting. So stick around. We'll hopefully have a chat with some of these guys coming up very soon. Don't forget, if you've got a kilt, come down tomorrow to Lakeside Stadium. It's wear the kilt day, and so come down and get into the Scottish theme. And we're going to just quickly break for an ad, and when we come back, we'll see who makes it onto the tartan couch. See you shortly.
Australia's leading sports organisations have made a pledge to tackle youth binge drinking.
Now when you're watching your favourite sports, like football,
swimming, basketball,
netball
and athletics,
you'll see this logo.
It's all about coming together to have a positive influence on our drinking culture.
We're strong enough to say enough.
And you can be too.
Back your judgment.
Stand up for what you believe in.
Be the influence.
Well, we talk about classy results from tonight. Stephen Solomon, looking at his all-time personal list, he's only run inside tonight's time of 45:36 3 times, and they're all at the London Olympics. So that shows how what sort of form Steve Solomon's in, and particularly in blustery conditions. I'd say that that might be worth a sub-45 in good conditions. What do you think, Benita?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at Solomon's form in these round races and tonight, I think he's improved his form even in the last 4 or 5 months, and he's definitely been working hard over the American winter over in Stanford in America at university over there. And I think, he's run, today was his 3rd consecutive race, each day, and it was such a fast time in tough conditions. So that just shows he's better than what that time says.
Yeah, no, definitely. Looking at the 110-metre hurdle times, there we've got 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Now we confirm that Conway got the nod there for 2nd. And we've lost the results there. So Conway will be looking for that B qualifier, so he'll have to go 13.91. And his best is 14.01, so perhaps he might head to Europe and see what he can do. Just looking up on the scoreboard, we've got some results of the women's javelin, and obviously Kim Mickle was going to take that out, 64.28. So another good throw from Kim Mickle. I mean, she is world class. Have you been on teams with Kim before, Benito?
Yeah, just a few teams. I haven't been on a lot of teams in the last, since Beijing Olympics, but the last 2 Olympic teams. And yeah, she's a really good person, but very quiet and down to business.
Yeah, look, here we go. We're just going down trackside with Robbo.
We'll just get some of the crowd to clear out of the way. There's a big crowd here, and we'll see what's going on. There we go. Look at that, Mossy. Congratulations, we've made it onto the track.
Mate, I think it was a personal best for us today, Robbo. For everyone listening at home, watching, stick around because we've still got some of the big guns of Australian sport. And in particular, we're going to add to our little collection here of Australian national champions. We look on there, we've got Leithart, we've got Mitchell, we've got Jake Steen, Ben Haradine, we've got everyone, but we've still got to add a few more on there, Robbo.
Mossy, it's, Mel Breen actually said to us yesterday we might need 5 couches. There's talk about sending 100 athletes over to Glasgow, so I think we're almost running out of space on this couch. We've got a bit more work to do tonight. I'd just like to call in another bloke that's been running around the field. Look at him, he's out in lane 8, lane 7, lane 6. He's going to hurdle the couch, is he? What's this? No, he just comes around sensibly.
Welcome aboard, Mossy. Great to have. It's Lutsy.
It's not Mossy's clone. It is actually David Luttrell. And Lutsy, welcome aboard.
What a day. I've really enjoyed it. How'd the stream go? Everything good?
Stream went well, yeah. No, a good fluent stream, and that's what you want when you're streaming.
They're talking about the best live stream of all time.
Yeah, was that right?
Yes.
Is there awards?
100% correct.
Is that right?
Well, it's going to happen tomorrow. There'll be a podium, and we'll just see. We've got to get in tight here. We've got to get.
What was your highlight?
Josh Ralph.
Yep.
Easy for me.
Yeah, that 8 was phenomenal.
That race actually, but Ralph, not just Ralph, but Risley and Rowe for making it such an amazing race. I was literally had goosebumps watching that finish, and you know, so close, but Ralph the victor on the day.
I just think there were some really gritty wins today. Like, sorry, I'm getting some feedback in my ear. You just chuck that back. Yeah, that's my hardcore metal.
Actually, I've still got mine on too. Yeah.
No, but some really gritty wins. I think Tim Leithart was excellent, just bursting through after being. It looked about halfway through, not quite there. Linda, I was right over the other side of the track. Not sure if you guys saw the women's triple jump, but Linda Leviton jumped 13.93 today, which is a big PB for her.
Linda Levitate, they call her.
That's exactly what they call her. And other than that, there was a whole of action. I think Nick Boyget was had a great battle. Not sure if you guys could pick up in the effects mics the way the crowd was getting behind the men's high jump today. But Brandon Stark, I think Boyget ended up getting him 2.23. But epic performances right across the board.
One of the things we're going to look to bring to the live stream tomorrow, Lutsy, is the slow hand clap. Yeah. And we're going to be looking to bringing that when the stream does go live from 12 p.m. tomorrow. Yeah. So, we'd like you to join in, mate, and try and get the crowd joining in with the slow hand clap, because that really is athletics.
What time are you starting tomorrow, by the way?
So, yeah, 12 o'clock. Now, this is the confusion, folks. If you're watching at home, this is going to get a little crazy because daylight savings finishes at 2 a.m.
So 12 o'clock is just Eastern.
Here's the thing I heard once.
Eastern time.
If you're in that's right. Just Eastern time. Standard Eastern time.
See, I'm from Brisbane. We don't have daylight savings.
You guys.
So if you're in Brisbane, don't change anything. In Queensland,
so what do they say?
Midday.
1 hour behind and 20 years. Is that
you're offending people now.
No.
I reckon just go onto Google and just go
national. We're global.
National live stream, and it'll just pop up 11 o'clock.
What if you're in Mozambique? What time is it?
That's
7:42.
GMT -7. So, I'm pretty sure we've got a pretty healthy following over there. But, so 12 o'clock local time. So they tell me in spring forward, fall back. So the clocks go back if you're in daylight savings state. So
I don't know what he's talking about.
It means we get an hour extra sleep. And when you're doing 4 days of live streaming straight, you take every extra hour you can get, I'll tell you that now. Now, Lutsy, we've got some more people. What about this board behind us here? You can see the names. We might just pan down. We're looking to get Luttrell on there. You got any events you're in tomorrow, Lutsy?
No, I'm not competing tomorrow, but I don't even know what the highlights are tomorrow. I guess the 4 hurdles will be a cracker, the final. Looking forward to that. Yep. No, I'm not competing tomorrow. You know what? Life's a competition, and I'm competing in that. and commentating.
Come back over into the middle, but Mossy's just going to go and pick up some of our paper there. The 200s are on tomorrow, so that's the men and women's, the first rounds and then the finals of the 200.
What are your thoughts?
Well, Matt Lynch, our co-host here with the live stream, is coming out of the wilderness to have a crack at it. So he's a 400 runner usually, but he's been plagued by some sickness this week, so he's sat the 4 out, but he'll have a crack at the 2, and we might even mic him up.
And where's Benita? That's the main reason I do this gig, so I can hang out with Benita.
Hopefully Benita Willis is watching us. She did some commentary. She actually was up there with Pat Bergen earning her live streaming dollars. So it was
Pat Bergen, you would earn your money.
That's right. Paddy Bergen's been
so Benita
big
thinks
thanks to Paddy and Benita, and we also had Ollie Worm getting the field reports as well. And we're just working on trying to round up some more of the stars so we can have a chat. Not that I've got anything against you, Lutzy.
No, but you're right.
But people that have actually done something today athletic. I went for a 5K run this morning just over here around the Albert Lake, and I urge you to do that every Saturday morning. Here we go, centralise it.
I would just look down there and Blake, a trap for young players, our cameraman. He's our second best cameraman on the crew. He was just looking out over his left shoulder, a bit of daydreaming, and it's not even the daytime.
One job. One job. If we move, you come with us.
That's right.
See, look, there you go.
There we go. They're pretty good. The boys from VPA Productions, and they've done a great job. And a big shout out to those boys. But we've also got a lot of action on Twitter. We didn't get around a lot of Twitter this afternoon, Mossy, because we were just, left, right and centre with all the action.
Yeah,
but
what's been going on?
AAC14's the hashtag you should employ, or hashtag Tartan Couch. And I'm pretty sure that one's been going very, very well. We might have to turn the couch around, because you go and have a chat with Benita. We'll have a chat with a bloke called Steve Solomon. Righto, off you go. Give us 2 seconds. We're going to turn this couch around and give Steve Solomon a sit on the couch, because at the moment he's got to stand.
Hello.
Here we go. We've got our couch mover here.
Very special manoeuvre. Dave, the couch manoeuvrer.
There we go. Thank you very much. Bring it forward a touch if you don't mind, Dave.
No. Just
My
watch
mic
out.
won't reach.
Watch out.
3, 2, 1. Perfect. Don't spear yourself. Righto. Steve Solomon, welcome to the Tartan Couch once again.
Thank you.
You're rugged up, mate. Congratulations. Another win on home soil.
Yeah, no, today was a special run. I was really pleased with it, and yeah, I'm just really happy with how things are going at the moment.
Yeah, awesome, mate. And it was certainly a thrill for a lot of the crowd. You would have heard the hush. I don't think there was more of a hush today. Maybe Mel Breen and Sally Pearson in the women's 100, but that hush over the crowd. It was a special race, and you had some big names there. And you probably were expected to win, given the times that you've been doing indoors over in the States. But still, a relief, I guess, to come over, get the win, and get that qualifying time as well.
Absolutely. Look, I had a lot of family and friends come down from both Sydney and Melbourne to watch me today, and I'd like to say a big thank you to them. And yeah, I was really happy with the Melbourne support, and I always seem to run well when I come down here, so I have to keep coming back and hope for some more good times.
Solo, one thing I wanted to ask you, at the start of each race, that everyone has their own sort of routine. Some turn around to the crowd and people clapping and get into it. I noticed in the Olympics you were the same. Not a lot of showtime there for you. Is that more about concentration, or is it a bit about your personality?
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's where I feel most comfortable, is just sticking to what I need to do and staying focused, not getting too caught up in the emotion of the events and things like that. And it's worked for me in the past, and I think and hope it will continue to keep working in the future.
Now, you've got a technique running-wise, everyone compares it to mine. Very, very upright style. Is it true that you used to watch me at Bathurst Little Athletics?
I don't know if it was quite you that was at Bathurst Athletics, but someone like your figure certainly, there's something I'm trying to work on. He's staying a little bit more forward and less upright, but
it's working for you, mate. Don't change it now.
Yeah.
We don't want to give you the kiss of death.
No, please don't do that.
Yeah. Now, Commonwealth Games, Glasgow coming up. You got a bit of preparation leading up into that. Ultimately, you're an Olympic finalist. Are you staring down the battle? Are you really pushing hard for a medal?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The Commonwealth Games is a big one. And I think being in Europe and being in Glasgow at the time of year it is, it's going to be super, super fast. I know some really good guys are going to be there, and I think it's going to be an awesome building experience for me, heading not only for this championships but future ones. And I'm certainly going to go in there with high expectations of myself and do my best to come out with the best result I can.
And sorry, I'll just pitch the mic back off you there, Solo. We spoke to Steph a few moments ago and about the excitement around the 4x4 team, and you've been part of that great 4x4 team at the World Champs, which did so well, making the final. It must be exciting to think about the strength in the relay team when it comes out in Glasgow.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Something that we were talking about last year at the World Champs, heading towards Glasgow, was, we want to be a force and a country that is expected to medal and expected to go out there and be really competitive. So hopefully we can pull a really good team together and be extremely competitive and put ourselves in the best position to be successful over there.
Excellent, mate. Well, we look forward to seeing you over there and cheering you on in person, and all the best in the build-up and the road to Glasgow. How long are you in Australia for?
About another 29 hours.
Rightio.
Yeah.
So this man's got a plane to catch. We better let you...
Hang on, we've got 29 hours.
Oh, we can rattle off another 23 or so on the couch. No, mate, thanks so much for spending your time with us. It's been a thrill, as I said, to have you back down under, racing the champs. It's no mean feat to travel all that way and then to have to go back. Good luck with your studies.
Thank you so much.
Good luck with your training.
Thanks, boys. You guys are doing a great job. I really enjoy watching your live streams over there in the States. So, yeah, keep it up.
Excellent, mate. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Steve Solomon, legend.
Thanks, fellas.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, bro.
Did we get you a... And welcome back. Speaking of 400 metres, Mossy, look at who we have here, the winner of the women's national champs in the 400 metres, and a bit of a surprise from Pat Bergen, calling it upstairs. But Morgan Mitchell, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And more importantly, welcome to the Tartan Couch, your first time.
Yeah, first time on the couch.
Great to have you
Loving
here.
it, thank you.
How
I'm
pumped
too
were
happy.
you at the end there? I've never seen anyone respond like that.
Thank you. Pardon? Sorry?
I haven't seen anyone respond like that so far.
Oh, yeah, I know, it's pretty crazy, hey?
No, it's not crazy, it's cool.
I wasn't expecting to win at all, so I guess that was my reaction, because I thought, as soon as I crossed the line and I saw 52, I was like, nah, that wasn't me. I was like, that can't be me. And then my coach looked at him, he's like, you won! I'm like, ah! And I just went nuts. It was good, I loved it.
Yeah, we love a
Good
bit
feeling.
of we love a bit of emotion here. So,
Yeah.
For you, as we said, sort of, I guess, not Caitlin and Annalise, we thought may well have been the ones there. But what have you been working on to take those big scalps?
Well, really, it was just all race plan, really. I knew that Caitlin and Annalise are, awesome at top athletes. They had the speed on me, the strength. And my coach just said, take it easy the first 200, and then hopefully your power will bring you home last, 150, 180, and it worked. So I guess practice that all season. I've had ups and downs, clearly, Sydney track. And I guess I did it when it counted, so yeah.
I'm going to pinch that back off you. Now, Morgan, when you woke up this morning, did you come out here expecting to, A, win, and B, get that qualifying time?
Not at all this morning. I was a train wreck. I'm not an excuses person, but I had a cold, pretty bad. That I sound like a dying cow right now.
Well, don't give it to me.
No,
I've got to perform.
That's all right.
But my coach and I were just got to keep positive, because anything can happen. And I guess the best part happened. I guess we got the qualifiers.
And it's such a thrill to have been here, only metres away on the tartan couch to see it and share that elation that was there with your family afterwards as well. So, Morgan Mitchell, congratulations. You've done just about everything that you can do in your control to get selected on the Commonwealth Games team and get that spot on the plane over to Glasgow. And we look forward to hopefully seeing you over there.
Thank you very much, guys.
Morgan Mitchell,
legend.
on the tartan couch.
And here we have our final guest of the evening. It's very exciting to welcome back to the tartan couch, Nick Hough. Well done, Nick Hough.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a bit of a whirlwind day.
Certainly.
Literally, that wind there, mate. It made it pretty hard to get over those hurdles.
Yeah, 2.9 headwind. It's not the ideal conditions when you've got 3'6" hurdles in front of you, but, you know, just had to come out and do it.
Then again, some of the girls have had to go into 4 headwinds.
That's all right. The girls' hurdles are short. So.
Now, mate, we saw you up there on the Hunter at the Hunter Track Classic. You made your tartan couch debut there. Obviously, you enjoyed it so much you were just longing to get back on the couch, and we've had you a couple of times on since. But, mate, what does it mean to you to get that win in the national champs, and you had the qualifier under your belt already? You've pretty much assured your spot on the plane to Glasgow.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Obviously, that was the goal all the way along. So, you know, if you didn't get the automatic today, then you sort of have to wait another 2 months to find out. So it just gives me you know, I know what I'm doing now, so I can plan and I can train properly and I can prepare in the next couple of months, and I know that I'm going to be on that plane come July.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Give me 3 words to describe how you feel when I say national champion. That's one.
I'm ecstatic. There's 3.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so where to from here, mate?
We'll have a week off now and then regroup, and I haven't really thought too much past today, to be honest. So have a chat with the coach and you know, just a bit of a rest and then gradually build up to Glasgow.
And Nick, you've still got a bit of uni going on at the moment, as well as all this hurdling that you do.
Yeah, don't remind me of that.
I was just about to say, Robert.
Bringing you back down to earth. We'll forget about that. Give Nick at least a week off. He's the national champion. Surely that's a good excuse. And, mate, tell us, a bit of a shame not to have Sammy Baines out there alongside you to race. Pulled up a bit lame with the hamstring.
Yeah, I mean, Sam's been a good competitor all season, and you know, it's been great having a couple of guys running really fast this season. It's really pushed us along, but unfortunately hurdles is an event that's, you know, a bit unpredictable and, you know, very taxing on the body. So
especially the hamstring, I imagine.
Yeah, I've had a few torn hamstrings in my time, but luckily, you know, mine's okay this season and managed to get through to nationals unscathed.
Well, mate, congratulations once again. You are the national champion, and Commonwealth Games, I would think, pretty much a shoe-in for selection as well with everything that you've done. Congratulations, and thanks for spending time with us on the tartan couch.
Thank you.
There you go, Nick Hough.
Thanks, bud.
Round of applause. Well done, mate. We're just here. Where's Clyde? That's a good question. Someone might have stolen him. Here he is. Hang on. One last thing to do. So you're going to hold Clyde there as we wrap up our show. And Mossy, that's day 3 done. Great to have you down here to join us, and we're back tomorrow as well. But what was your highlight just quickly, Mossy, on day 3?
Oh, just go back. Nick Hough.
We've got to say hurdles, don't we? She says
well, I think we may have covered it earlier, mate. Josh Ralph, what a great season he's had. And to see him scalp Risley, Rowe, Gurr, who made a race of it going early. It was going pretty slow, like a championship race. But, yeah, look, it's been a big rise for him from the 400s, and just love seeing his attitude and his smile. And, he's just a good competitor, and that's a highlight for me.
Morgan Mitchell in that women's 400 metres, really one for the ages there, coming out in front of the more fancied runners, and I think that's going to be a story to really follow on the way to Glasgow. And Nick, not only do you race, but you're here in the stands watching a little bit. What was your highlight?
To be honest, I didn't really see too much today. I was
the live stream. That's what you say. The live stream.
The live stream. Sitting on the couch.
That's what we know. And that's the perfect way to sign off from tonight. Don't forget, folks, you can come and catch us tomorrow for day 4, the final day of the 92nd Australian Athletics Champs. We're on the live stream from 12 p.m. That's 12 p.m. local time in Victoria. Don't forget the clocks go back tonight. If you're in a state where daylight savings happens, it's a little bit confusing. But either way, we'll probably just sleep here tonight anyway, so we'll be here. And you can catch us on Twitter. Use the hashtag AAC14 and the hashtag Tartan Couch, and we look forward to catching you again for day 4 of the Australian Athletics Championships and the Commonwealth Games trials. On behalf of Mossy, Nick Hough, Clyde and myself, we'll see you next time.
Australia's leading sports organisations have made a pledge to tackle youth binge drinking.
Now when you're watching your favourite sports, like football,
swimming, basketball,
netball
and athletics,
you'll see this logo.
It's all about coming together to have a positive influence on our drinking culture.
We're strong enough to say enough.
and you can be too.
Back your judgment.
Stand up.